Dear colleagues, it's my pleasure to welcome you all today for daily meeting. This morning, the Bureau of the Committee held its 9th meeting. During this meeting, the Bureau reviewed the progress of our work. And I recalled that yesterday was a very busy day with the inscription of 4 new properties on the World Heritage List and the referral of 1 nomination back to the state party. The committee also finalized the examination of agenda item 7B with the adoption of the decision on the Ohrid region. I also informed the Bureau members that today we will resume the examination of item 8B in the order in which they are indicated on the calendar circulated yesterday and available on the World Heritage Center's website, and which accommodates the different time zones. Lastly, the Bureau heard a progress report from the chairperson of the working group on the budget, Ms. Zoya Kriskaya, who also indicated that the next meeting of the budget working group will be on Tuesday at the usual time. Dear committee members, as there was a question raised during the Bureau meeting concerning a drafting group on the item 8, I'd like to take this opportunity to seek your opinion on this matter. Maybe it is a good way to form a drafting group with participation of committee members proposing the 2 amendments. So I'd like to invite Uganda and Brazil and Australia and Norway to set up such drafting group. And I hope you will bring a consensual text back to the plenary session, which will, when we close item 8 on 30th July. Is that okay for you? Oh, Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning to all. Thank you for giving me the floor. Of course, this is an important issue, and Brazil is engaged in this issue with other colleagues. And I understand that we can reach a consensus on this language, and we are prepared, of course, Mr. President, to work in this to work in this group in order to writing group in order to come up with a language that may be suitable to all. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any other comment? Okay. So it's okay. Of course, the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies will be welcome to join and to help forging consensus. So it's so decided. Thank you. If there are no more comments, and before we start our plenary meeting, I'd like to remind you that due to the delays in our work, we will have a prolonged session today until 4:30 p.m. Paris time. Thank you very much. So, dear colleagues, we now resume the examination of nominations. I now invite IUCN to present the nomination. Amami-Oshima Island, Tokunashima Island, northern part of Okinawa Island, and Arimoto Island, Japan. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning and good afternoon to everybody. IUCN recommends the committee to inscribe Amami-Oshima Island, Tokunashima Island, northern part of Okinawa Island, and Iriamote Island on the World Heritage List under Criterion 10. IUCN's evaluation of this property can be found on the pages indicated on the slide. This nomination was first submitted in 2017 and received a deferral recommendation by IUCN in 2018. The nomination was withdrawn at the request of the state party and a new nomination submitted in 2019. Next slide, please. The renominated property encompasses 5 entirely terrestrial component parts of more than 42,000 hectares of subtropical rainforests in the inland areas of 4 islands on a chain located in the southwest of Japan. The nominated property contains terrestrial natural habitats of outstanding importance for in situ conservation of the unique and diverse biodiversity of the archipelago's inland areas. The subtropical rainforests of the nominated property are the largest remaining in the region and harbour a very rich flora and fauna. These include approximately 57% of the terrestrial vertebrates of the biodiversity hotspot of Japan, including 44% of species endemic to Japan, as well as 36% of Japan's globally threatened vertebrates. Regarding the integrity, protection, and management of the nominated property, IUCN considers that all requirements of the operational guidelines are met and welcomes the state party's response to IUCN's past recommendations. Nevertheless, IUCN notes a number of threats that may have the potential to affect the OUV of the property, but acknowledges the state party's commitment and actions to address them as demonstrated in supplementary information submitted by the state party. IUCN therefore considers that the nominated property meets natural criterion 10, as well as integrity, protection, and management requirements, and thus recommends that the committee inscribe the nominated property. To ensure that the nominated property maintains its integrity, IUCN recommends that the state party be requested by the committee to further enhance protection and management in regard to tourism, road traffic, river restoration, and logging. And this is outlined in the draft decision, Mr. Chair, which can be found in document 8B as shown on the slide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. Dear colleagues, as we are examining a property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection, and considering that we have a really heavy agenda today, therefore, to leave more time for those nominations that may require lengthy debate, with your permission, I'd like to propose that we go directly to the draft decision. Do you agree with this suggestion? Okay, thank you for your understanding and cooperation. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.5. Dear committee members, as you are aware, concerning the nomination 8B5, a dialogue took place and the concerned parties agreed to have a technical reference in the introductory paragraph. This does not change anything in the substance of the draft decision. I trust that you agree with me on this matter and that you appreciate such a positive outcome. Therefore, I propose that we adopt the draft decision with this adjustment and the consensual text by the parties concerned. Now, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Ms. Rapporteur, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have not received any amendments, and as you just said, there is a consensual text, so you may proceed with the adoption of the draft decision as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rapporteur. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.5 adopted. Let me congratulate Japan on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Japan, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished members of the committee, excellencies, friends. I wish to express my deepest appreciation to the member states of the committee, IUCN and the World Heritage Center for the inscription of Amami-Oshima Island, Tokunoshima Island, northern part of Okinawa Island, and Iriomote Island on the World Heritage List. These islands are important habitats for many endemic and endangered species. The inscription of the natural property on the World Heritage List is an opportunity to reaffirm our determination to safeguard this unique and rich biodiversity. Please allow me to take this opportunity to share with you a video message from His Excellency Koizumi Shinjiro, Minister of Environment of Japan, making a statement on behalf of the parties and people involved in the nomination process in Japan.
I'm Koizumi Shinjiro, Japan's Minister of the Environment. I can't express how happy I am to hear the committee's decision to inscribe Amami-Oshima Island, Tokunoshima Island, northern part of Okinawa Island, and Iriomote Island on the World Heritage List. I am truly grateful to all the respected members of the committee, IUCN, the Secretariat, and everyone involved in this nomination process. This inscription will build on the momentum of the worldwide efforts to conserve global biodiversity. Because these islands host precious natural habitats for outstanding endangered species of wild fauna and flora. This inscription means that we will have to step up our work to manage and conserve these valuable sites. The government and our partners will work hand in hand, guided by the committee's decision and the IUCN's report. Please come and visit this beautiful World Heritage Site once the pandemic is over. See for yourself the amazing blessings of the nature and be part of the movement to conserve our precious biodiversity. Thank you very much. Arigato.
Thank you. Now, I invite IUCN to present the nomination Getbol, Clean Tidal Flat, Republic of Korea. But before I give the floor to IUCN, Mr. Basomo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind the committee that we received a factual error notification concerning this, the evaluation of this nomination, which is to be found on page 3 of document in Fate before. Thank you.
Thank you. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Getbol Korean tidal flat has been nominated under natural criteria 8, 9, and 10. IUCN is recommending the committee to defer this nomination so it can be significantly revised to potentially demonstrate outstanding universal value under criterion 10. And the evaluation of this property can be found on the pages indicated on the slide. The nominated property is located on the eastern side of the Yellow Sea, on the southwestern and southern coast of the Republic of Korea, and comprises 4 component parts, with Shinan Getbol containing approximately 85% of the total area nominated, which is a total of 128,000 hectares. This is an area with a high proportion of artificially hardened coastlines, and most major rivers are modified through river barriers. The nominated property has only a narrow terrestrial buffer zone and is in many places surrounded by heavily modified landscapes. The focus of the nomination is the diversity of the tidal flat ecosystems and associated physical and ecological features and processes, as well as their high biodiversity. IUCN considers that the property does not meet criterion 8. We note the diversity of the intertidal mudflat system, but consider that the selection, limited to mostly small component parts, lacks sufficient scale to adequately capture this diversity. We consider the nomination also does not meet criterion 9, IUCN notes that the nominated property supports nationally and regionally significant values. However, there are several comparable examples along the world's coast, boasting tidal mudflat systems of enormous ecological complexity, but often at much larger scale and with more intact overall ecosystems. In relation to criterion 10, IUCN recognizes that the nominated property includes some of the critical stopover sites for several globally threatened species of migratory birds along the East Asian and Australasian flyway. It is also home to 47 species endemic to the Yellow Sea and 5 endangered marine invertebrate species, and more than 2,000 plant and animal species have been recorded. However, the nominated areas partially or fully omit priority sites for biodiversity conservation, such as Ramsar sites, key biodiversity areas, and sites selected as priorities in the flyway network. And therefore, the nominated property does not fully meet integrity requirements, but with revisions could do so. In summary, the property as nominated does not demonstrate that criterion 8 and 9 could be met, and to meet criterion 10, we consider further extension of the boundaries of component parts would be required, so as to include areas crucial for biodiversity conservation and supported by sufficiently sized and increased buffer zone areas with adequate protection and management arrangements. And while the protection and management approach is considered appropriate within the areas proposed, there are a number of significant challenges when considering the wider protection of the process and the ecosystems. We would like, Mr. Chair, in concluding, to acknowledge the dialogue with the state party that has been taking place since the nomination was submitted, especially on the actions that they wish to take to address the concerns identified in the IUCN evaluations, including the plans that are proposed for a second phase. And in relation to the response on factual errors, although there are two, I think, minor factual points, most of that exchange does in fact outline some of the differences of opinion and also plans for a further phase that are being considered. Mr. Chair, we'd also like to draw the committee's attention to decision 43-8B3 of 2019, which considered the migratory bird sanctuaries in the Yellow Sea located in China, and phase one of the proposed nomination in China. And the committee's decision at that time makes some recommendations that are relevant to the present nomination. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, the draft decision can be found in document 8B on the pages as shown on this slide, and it contains IUCN's recommendation to defer Getbol Korean tidal flat to allow the state party to prepare a new nomination focused on criterion 10. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Kyrgyzstan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. First of all, I'd like to apologize for having my camera off, which is due to technical issues. The Kyrgyz Republic would like to thank IUCN for its very thorough and comprehensive evaluation of the Getbol Korean tidal flats nomination. While pointing to the need for boundary expansion, IUCN has also recognized in its report the critical contributions of the nominated property to the biodiversity and conservation of biodiversity on a regional and global level. In this regard, the Kyrgyz Republic has submitted an amendment in support of the Getbol based on criterion 10. In this amendment, we have also suggested a small revision of the name of the property to make it plural, that is Getbol Korean tidal flats, in reflection of the state party's opinion. The Kyrgyz Republic wishes to draw the committee's attention to the irreplaceable value of the nominated property within the global efforts to conserve biodiversity. The nominated site supports more than 100 species of migratory water birds and more than 200 species of marine invertebrates. The OUV of the property is also highlighted in the letter to the committee members signed by 78 international biodiversity conservation organizations and experts, including among others, BirdsLife International and Wetlands International, asking to support the inscription of the Getbol nomination.
The Getbol sites are located along the East Australasian Flyway, one of the most threatened flyways in the world. The Kyrgyz Republic believes that the World Heritage inscription would offer a powerful tool for managing these development pressures threatening these sites that are critical for so many migratory birds and are critical for conservation of biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Australia acknowledges that the nominated property is important for birds migrating along the East Asian Australasian Flyway, which spans at least 21 countries across 2 hemispheres, from the Antarctic to Southeast Asia and Australasia. As a country on this flyway, Australia has demonstrated its commitment to migratory bird conservation as a signatory to bilateral agreements with other flyway countries, including the Republic of Korea, and as a member of the Flyway Partnership. We find much value in the assessment and guidance embodied in the draft decision prepared by IUCN, and note that the proposed amendments include a framework to support the Republic of Korea, bringing forward a phase 2 nomination for consideration by the World Heritage Committee. We consider it vital that all the important bird areas and key biodiversity areas in the region that are currently not included in the property or its buffer zones are protected as soon as possible via a governance arrangement that recognises the imperative of mitigating the actual and potential threats to all the migratory birds using Korean tidal flats, especially the threats of new development and climate change. In addition, these sites should be included in a phase 2 nomination. We note the importance of supporting local communities so that their traditional ecological knowledge can be used to enhance the property. Inscription of this site under criterion 10, the same criterion under which the migratory bird sanctuaries along the coast of the Yellow Sea, Bohai Gulf of China, phase 1 property was inscribed, offers the potential for the development of a transboundary serial nomination that incorporates the major migratory bird sites of the Yellow Sea, enhancing the OUV of all these sites. As a partner in the East Asian Australasian Flyway Partnership, Australia would welcome an opportunity to participate in a workshop to consider this option at an appropriate time after this meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the Getbol ecosystem is considered endangered on the IUCN Red List of Ecosystems. It is of international importance as a stopover site along the East Asian Australasian Flyway, one of the most threatened flyways on the globe. It also overlaps with 4 Ramsar sites and 3 UNESCO biosphere reserves. The nominated property supports a total of 2,169 marine invertebrate species, 47 of which are endemic to the site and 5 are endangered. Out of the 102 bird species, using Getbol as their stopover site, 27 are threatened with extinction and registered on the IUCN Red List, including the critically endangered spoonbill sandpiper, with less than 450 individuals on this planet. Getbol hosts 56.3% of the Republic of Korea's and Yellow West Seas waterbird species on the IUCN Red List. Such an important ecosystem, Chair, cannot be left to the hands of pressures from urban and industrial developments. We appreciate the existence of some gaps in the nomination, but the inscription of this property will provide a much-needed instrument for site protection. Uganda, therefore, does not support the draft decision prepared by IUCN Rather, my delegation has aligned itself with amendments moved by Kyrgyzstan and supported by 10 other sister delegations to have Getbol Korean title flat inscribed on the World Heritage List. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please.
Mr. Chairperson, Thailand has carefully reviewed the report by the State Party and noted the global significance of the Getbol property under Criterion 10. We welcome the Republic of Korea's longstanding efforts at the conservation of migratory birds along the East Asian Australasian flyway. It's evident that the nominated property is one of the most important stopover sites for migratory birds along the flyway, and thus hold great significance for the global biodiversity. Thailand has a connection with the nominated property, as the spoonbill sandpipers also fly to Thailand and other Southeast Asian countries for wintering after breeding in Siberia and Alaska. Along their journey, they stop at the Yellow Sea tidal flats and the nominated Getbol site. In this regard, it's important to take note that the spoonbill sandpiper is one of the most threatened bird species dependent on the nominated property, with only approximately 400 remaining worldwide. We're pleased to note that the State Party is committed to presenting an integrated management system to conserve and nourish the property for the sake of biodiversity and all the different species dependent on the nominated property. To this end, Thailand supports the Kyrgyz Republic's proposal for the inscription of Getbol Korean tidal flats on the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Russia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, we would like to thank prominent experts from IUCN for their thorough evaluation of the nomination. Being aware of the gravity of the situation related to the issue of conservation of migratory birds, we are pleased to have this opportunity to participate in a discussion on the protection of one of the world's most important habitats for threatened bird species. As you all may know, migratory birds provide an important marker of biodiversity, and many countries, including the Republic of Korea, are making great efforts on behalf of the conservation of birds through diverse forms of international partnership. Huge numbers of the birds migrating along the East Asian Australasian flyway stop to rest and feed at the Getbol sites, including 27 threatened bird species registered on the IUCN Red List. Given the irreplaceable role of the nominated property in supporting these threatened birds, we need to recognize that there is no time to lose in preparing advantageous conditions for its protection. We wish to emphasize that the most important factor in this regard is the strong commitment expressed on numerous occasions by the State Party. As IUCN has recognized in its evaluating report that the Republic of Korea has done a wonderful job of preparing a protective system and operating it in an effective and stable manner. We would also like to applaud the State Party for unveiling clear plans for the possible future expansion of the property. Given all this, Russian Federation would like to support the immediate inscription of the nominated property for the sake of its timely protection. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oman wishes to thank the IUCN for drawing up this useful report, recognizing its critical contribution to the conservation of biodiversity. We would like to express our endorsement for the amending proposal by the Kyrgyzstan Republic, and without going and repeating what has been said by the Kyrgyzstan and others, I would like, we are convinced with the outstanding universal value of the nominated property under Criteria 10. Therefore, Oman commend Koreans' effort for managing and conserving the four components parts of the serial property by implementing of relevant laws which effectively restricting damaging activities, and for the understanding of state parties in agreement with the request of the committee, and taking into consideration the global conservation significance of the flyway and the critical importance of the Yellow Sea region habitat for the survival of many species of water birds. For the above reason and what have been said, Oman strongly support the immediate inscription of the Getbol property. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all. We also support the amendments put forward by Kyrgyzstan and supported by many delegations regarding the immediate inscription of this very important site, a site whose outstanding universal value is clear and demonstrated under criteria 10, a site which is so critical for biodiversity efforts that we are all collectively making, specifically with regard to migratory birds. It is one of the most important habitats for many threatened species of birds, and we do not understand that in our collective effort to safeguard our biodiversity, we are not taking urgent actions and encouraging states such as Korea, which are undertaking very noteworthy action. The commitment by the state party is remarkable in terms of the protective system as well as the expansion plans for the property. Therefore, in view of what has been said, we support the inscription of this site during our current session. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Hungary, please.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we thank the advisory body for the careful analysis and excellent presentation of the nominated property. We would like to highlight that the different sites of the Hungarian Protected Area Network serve as important, although terrestrial stopover areas for a number of threatened and vulnerable migrating bird species. Therefore, we are fully aware of the challenges and difficulties in relation to the protection and management of such site complexes located on the flyways of migratory birds. Hungary appreciates the stepwise bottom-up approach, as well as the commitment of the Republic of Korea to further develop the nominated property during phase 2 towards an enlarged serial site complex with a functional buffer zone. In agreement with Kyrgyzstan and a number of other committee members, Hungary supports the inscription of the Getbol tidal flat property on the World Heritage List based on criterion 10. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We would like to commend the Republic of Korea for submitting the nomination of Getbol Korean tidal flats. I would like to thank IUCN for the assessment of this nomination. Egypt supports the amendments presented by the delegation of Kyrgyzstan to the draft decision and the immediate inscription of the site on the World Heritage List based on criteria 10. This inscription will further enrich the World Heritage List. It is worth noting that the Republic of Korea has indicated their firm commitment to protect this property, and in this respect, we would like to strongly support the amendments presented to the draft decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Brazil, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This nomination has been presented as the second of a two-phase transnational nomination process that started with inscription in 2019 of the migratory bird sanctuaries along the Yellow Sea, Bohai, Gulf of China. It reflects a concerted approach to the Yellow Sea, which also involved the Democratic People's Republic of Korea through the East Asian Australian Flyway Partnership. UNESCO's role in fostering the conservation of biodiversity is also highlighted here. As the advisory body recognized the nomination's strong potential on the basis of a criterion 10. IUCN expressed concern, however, about the delimitation of the site, which was considered insufficient to contain all areas of significance for protection of biodiversity. According to the information received from the state party, the designated site corresponds to 90% of the national coastal wetland protected area, which is not a small percentage, but the Korean government has also demonstrated its willingness to follow up on IUCN's recommendation and adjust the boundaries of the site and of its buffer zone. the attributes that justify the OUV of the site based on the importance for the conservation of biodiversity and the protection of threatened species should not depend only on the expansion of the area. Either they exist in the 90% already included in the site, as seems to be the case, or they would not exist at all, and there will not be a point for deferral. For these reasons, and considering that the nomination also satisfies other technical criteria such as protection and management, we support the amendment presented by Kyrgyzstan and recommend the inscription of the site in the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now I give the floor to Dr. Rossler, the Secretariat, to make some announcement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Apparently, the web page in UNESCO is very slow. So if you cannot reach the live stream, you can go to the YouTube channel, and maybe my colleagues can make the announcements in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Nigeria, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Nigeria would like to applaud our colleagues at IUCN for drawing up this informative report. We also like to commend the Republic of Korea for the dedicated efforts it has made over the last 10 years towards entering the Getbol property onto the World Heritage List, with a view to better protecting the migratory waterbirds that depend on the nominated component sites for their survival. Nigeria is one of the countries along the Mediterranean Black Sea flyway and is a member of the Agreement on the African Eurasian Migratory Waterbirds. We have learned from experience about the immense significance of habitat protection in our efforts at the conservation of migratory birds and biodiversity. With the Niger Delta within our territory, we have come to clearly understand how landforms created by river sedimentation, like the nominated property and their unique ecosystem, offer an essential habitat for migratory birds to rest and feed. While supporting the considerable relevance of IUCN's recommendations, Nigeria would like to stress that World Heritage inscription is the most effective and necessary measure to protect the nominated property from harm by the area's growing development pressure. The nominated property is a treasure house of marine invertebrates, as well as a critical stopover site for migratory birds, including many internationally important species, such as the European oystercatcher and the bar-tailed godwit. In this sense, we believe that the nominated property has outstanding universal value under criteria 10. The materials circulated by the Republic of Korea confirm that the state party is fully committed to better protecting the nominated property based on highly specific plans. Nigeria would like to give this its enthusiastic endorsement to the state party's efforts and wholeheartedly supports the inscription of the Getbol Korean tidal flats, one of the most important natural habitats anywhere in the world. Thank you, Chair. I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bosnia-Herzegovina is supporting amendment made by Kyrgyz Republic. We would like to add our voice to this amendment because, as my predecessor already said, this is an important site, and we have big respect towards what Republic of Korea did in this site, and this inscription would encourage the future efforts. So we support the amendment made by Kyrgyz Republic. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank IUCN for their detailed evaluation. Saudi Arabia would like to join others in supporting the amendment proposed by the Kyrgyz Republic. The nominated property provides a home for an astonishing number of species. More than 2,000 invertebrate species live in Getbol sites, among which are 47 endemic species, including the evolutionary unique tiger crab, among others also mentioned by our colleagues here today. Furthermore, the nominated property supports an amazing 27 threatened species of birds from the IUCN Red List, the highest number among the 148 stopover sites along the East Asian Australasian Flyway EAAF. Too many shorebirds using the EAAF stop only once in the Yellow Sea region on their difficult migration from Australia and New Zealand to Siberia and Alaska. One of these species, the spoon-billed sandpiper, has a tiny surviving population of only about 400 individuals worldwide, classified by the IUCN as critically endangered. This clearly demonstrates how essential it is to protect the nominated property for the purpose of conserving migratory birds in general and endangered one in particular. Believing in the power of the World Heritage Inscription as an effective work against development pressure, Saudi Arabia would like to endorse the immediate inscription of the nominated property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Buenos días, señor presidente. Muchas gracias por darnos la palabra. Guatemala desea expresar su reconocimiento por la nominación de este sitio de humedales costeros, el cual posee grandes extensiones de marismas y zonas inundables entre mareas, y que además se caracteriza por poseer importantes depósitos de sedimentos lodosos que son el hábitat para especies propias, endémicas y en peligro, pero principalmente constituye un sitio crítico internacional para la conservación de millones de aves playeras migratorias. No dudamos de la importancia biológica de este sitio, pero deseamos apoyar el proyecto de decisión original, ya que permite seguir el orden establecido en las directrices y así poder cumplir adecuadamente con todos los requisitos solicitados para completar su inscripción. Sin embargo, nuestra delegación está en la disposición de apoyar el consenso que se alcance. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Kyrgyzstan, I will give you the second floor after others. So Bahrain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just not to repeat what previous committee members have expressed in terms of the positive aspects of this nomination, we agree with the consensus that the committee has reached to inscribe this property, therefore support the amendment proposed as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There's some problem with the signal. We can't hear you. I can come back to you. Now, China, please, you have the floor.
South Africa wishes to firstly applaud the tidal flat. Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's okay. Now, please. Oh, there's still some problem. No.
Can you hear me, Chairman?
Now it's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. South Africa wishes to firstly applaud the UICN for preparing this informative report on the Getbol Korean tidal flat. Mr. Chairman, I cannot overemphasize the importance of these particular sites from a biodiversity and conservation point of view, as other committee members has alluded to. We understand, Mr. Chairman, that the Republic of Korea has dedicated effort over many years to enter the nominated property onto the World Heritage List. The State Party has now also committed itself to future conservation efforts by unveiling its plans for the phase 2 nomination. South Africa has also learned that there are growing calls for the nominated property used for other activities, such as the construction of renewable energy devices and tourism infrastructure. But South Africa views these calls as sufficient to warrant the immediate action by the World Heritage Committee to ensure that this important staging ground for migratory bird species is protected. Mr. Chairman, South Africa also appreciates the State Party's commitment to the expansion of this property in the phased manner to include additional components. This will further strengthen the outstanding universal value of this property. Mr. Chairman, we would like to add our voice to those advocating for the immediate inscription of Getbol current tidal flat as proposed in decision 444.8b.6. We hope that this significance of Getbol as an irreplaceable habitat for threatened bird species and critical stronghold of biodiversity will soon be more widely appreciated within the global community. I thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. China, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. China appreciates the in-depth inspection and the scientific assessment by IUCN on this nominated property. China appreciates the effort that made by the Republic of Korea in the conservation of migratory birds, and endorse this nomination can strengthen the systematic conservation of migratory birds within the Eastern Asia-Australasia flyway in the future. China joins the concerns of most committee members and supports the inscription of the Getbol Korea tidal flat on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, Kyrgyzstan, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kyrgyzstan joins voices with the other committee members who've expressed the compliments for Republic of Korea's commitment to addressing the recommendations by IUCN, and that is why we would like to request the representatives of the Republic of Korea to comment on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, the Republic of Korea, you have the floor. To be very brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I would first like to express my sincere gratitude to the government of People's Republic of China for the wonderful organization of the meeting. I would also like to thank the Kyrgyz Republic and other committee members who co-sponsored and supported this amendment. The Korean government thanks and fully endorses IUCN's recommendations for the boundary expansion of this nomination, which will bring great benefits for the conservation of migratory birds and their habitats. We have undertaken a vigorous study and drawn up a concrete phase 2 nomination plan, including more sites on the southwestern coast of the Korean Peninsula, as was suggested by the IUCN. We have already obtained full commitment for this supplement plan from the relevant local governments and represent the fulfillment of the plan to the committee subsequently in 2025. I would also like to highlight that the conservation of Getbol is an imminent issue. Getbol is an important stopover site in the East Asian Australasian flyway for the endangered birds. The areas are currently under the growing pressure from the multiple factors such as development demands, climate change, and the land reclamation. The Korean government has been making considerable efforts to keep these risks under control. Still, inscription of Getbol at this session will offer much needed impetus to all the stakeholders of these areas in support of stronger conservation measures. Having said this, Mr. Chairperson, the Korean delegation would like to sincerely ask for support of the committee for the inscription of Getbol. We believe this inscription will contribute significantly to the protection of this critical migratory bird habitat for future generation. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you for your comment. Now, I see no more questions and comments. I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.6. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment co-authored by a number of committee members, as shown on the screen. We have no modifications to paragraph 1, Mr. Chair.
Okay, dear committee members, we'll go through the text, approve the text paragraph by paragraph. So paragraph 1, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 2 inscribes Getbol Korean tidal flats, Republic of Korea, on the World Heritage List on the basis of criterion 10.
Approve? Yes, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 3 takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. Then we have brief synthesis, justification of criterion 10, integrity, and protection and management requirements. This is the end of paragraph 3, Mr. Chair.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 4 underlines the global conservation significance of the East Asian Australasian flyway and the critical importance of the Yellow Sea region habitat for the survival of many species of water birds.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 5 notes that the decision to inscribe the property is made on the understanding that the state party is in agreement with the following requests of the committee, which should be implemented in time for consideration at its 48th session in order to fully address the requirements of the operational guidelines. A. Submit a single phase 2 nomination to include 9 additional components in order to further strengthen the outstanding universal value, OUV, of this property, fully taking into account the comprehensive overview. B. Clearly demonstrate the boundaries of each component in phase 2 to meet integrity requirements, providing evidence that the boundaries sufficiently cover all attributes related to the stated OUV. C. Present an integrated management system and plan to conserve attributes at national and local levels, including for phase 2. D. Ensure that there is no further development that would have negative impact on the attributes of conservation significance in each component of the nominated property.
Do you agree? Australia, please. Your microphone is, please unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. We would like to propose additional amendments to clause A and clause B. So I will take A first. We think that the words comprehensive overview should be deleted and replaced by to the evaluation of IUCN. Or sorry, just the evaluation of IUCN. Two should, yes, thank you. And would you like me to go ahead with 5B?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, yeah. And we were in 5B where it says, after clearly demonstrate the boundaries of each component in phase 2, we would like to have an additional clause inserted, please, and proposed extended boundaries and or buffer zones of the existing property if necessary, and then go to meet integrity requirements.
Okay. Do you accept the revision? No objection. Approved. Go ahead.
The following two paragraphs are proposed for deletion, Mr. Chair. Original paragraph 3 and 4.
Do you accept the deletion? Yes, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 6 notes with appreciation the confirmed commitment demonstrated by the state party and local authorities to decide to participate in phase 2 as an integral part of the inscribed property.
Agree? Agreed. Go ahead.
We have a minor modification in new para 7, original paragraph 5. Instead of also encourages, we just encourages the state party.
Agree? Okay, approved.
And new paragraph 8 requests IUCN to closely cooperate with the state party to ensure that the future nomination can satisfy the requirements provided in paragraph 5 and the target in paragraph 7 of the present decision.
Agree? IUCN, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I firstly just note and thank the Republic of Korea for their comments, but I think in relation to this paragraph, this needs to be worded so that the request is to the state party. It could only be the state party that could ensure a future nomination. And so I think with respect, the drafters of the amendment have put the IUCN and state party in the wrong place. It should request the state party to closely cooperate with IUCN because the state party would make the future nomination, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Do you accept? Okay. Approved. So, dear colleagues, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.6 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate Republic of Korea on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Republic of Korea, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Give me the floor. As the head of the National Heritage Agency for Republic of Korea, I'm beyond delighted to see our Getbol nomination being successfully inscribed on the World Heritage List. I deeply appreciate our colleagues from the Kyrgyz Republic and the other members of this committee for recognizing the outstanding significance of the Getbol. The Getbol is an internationally critical natural habitat that sustains an extremely diverse range of species. The contribution of the Getbol to global biodiversity are both indispensable and irreplaceable, particularly considering the immense challenges humanity is facing with the devastating impacts of climate change. My agency is fully committed to closely cooperating with all relevant stakeholders to support the conservation of the Getbol and to ensure the success of the phase 2 nomination. Once again, I thank all of you for supporting the inscription of the Getbol. Our ambassador to UNESCO will add a few congratulatory comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Let me express our sincere gratitude first to you, Mr. Chair, for your able leadership to guide our way successfully through this extended session. I also deeply thank the committee members for the invaluable support for the inscription of Getbol. I would like to reiterate that the inscription of Getbol at this stage is a truly meaningful encouragement to all the stakeholders of this area for better conservation of its biodiversity. I'm also convinced that this would certainly be good news for the endangered migratory birds of East Asian Australasian flyway, such as spoon-billed sandpipers. Our particular appreciation goes to the advisory body and its experts for their thorough assessment and constructive suggestions that made possible the improvement of our initial nomination. The trust of this committee in the outstanding universal value of Getbol and our commitment to its conservation will remain cherished along with the full implementation of the pledged plan. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Now I also see two observers requesting for the floor. Please be very brief. Now, RSPB, you have the floor.
Excuse me, Chair, maybe it would be better for the EAFP to speak first.
Okay, EAFP, you have the floor. Your microphone is muted.
I hope this is, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, I'm sorry for the confusion. So thank you very much, Mr. the Chairman, for the opportunity to take the floors. On behalf of EAFP, we congratulate the World Health Committees on the inscription of the Getbol Korean tidal flat. This marks an enormous step forward in securing the habitat of the Yellow Sea region for the millions of the migratory water birds, including many globally threatened species in the world's most imperiled flyway. We offer our wholehearted gratitude to the Kyrgyz Republic for the pivotal role they have played in leading a solution as regards the decision of the committee, and to the other state party who co-signed their amendment, and to our whole 39 EAFP partners, including IUCN and the government of the Republic of Korea, plus all the associated local government of the property. Congratulations. We, EAFP, together with the wider international conservation community, look forward to the ongoing journey with all stakeholders and stand ready to support the Republic of Korea in fulfilling the future plan of the phase 1 and phase 2 as a part of a transboundary approach for the Yellow Sea and to secure all our shared heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. RSPB, please.
Thanks, Chair, for allowing me to speak for BirdLife International as a member of EAFP and IUCN, including our 118 national partners, especially those of the Flyway and countries of your committee. We add profound congratulations and thanks for your inscription of the Getbol, especially to Kyrgyzstan and to the Republic of Korea for their nomination and remarkable efforts to improve it in response to the valid IUCN evaluation. As seen also with your 2019 inscription of China's phase 1 Yellow Sea coast, only this convention can motivate such huge, immediately tangible efforts for migratory bird conservation with unsurpassed levels of concrete joined up local to global action for biodiversity. We hope the exemplary efforts of China and Korea will inspire similar action in all the world's flyways. Meanwhile, we offer our support with their phase 2 nominations, as well as on management of their phase 1s. The road to the inscriptions we celebrate today and in 2019 began with the 2012 resolution of the IUCN World Congress hosted by the Republic of Korea. Helped by the resulting IUCN-led Yellow West Sea Working Group, we hope before too long you'll be considering a nomination from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I see no more requests for the floor. Now let's proceed. I now invite IUCN to present the nomination, Krachan Forest Complex, Thailand. The draft decision concerning this nomination can be found in document WHC/21/44.com/8B.at. I give the floor to IUCN, Mr. Balsamo, you first.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, is to remind that we received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, which is to be found on page 10 of document in FAB4. Then I also want to provide some technical information to this committee. In compliance with decisions 39.8B5, 40.8B11, and 43.8B5, on 21 April 2020, a joint communication from Special Procedure Branch of the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner was sent to the State Party of Thailand, to the World Heritage Committee, to the World Heritage Center and IUCN, relaying concerns from the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous People, the Working Group on Enforced and Involuntary Disappearance, the Special Rapporteur on the issue of human rights obligations relating to the enjoyment of a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders. On 30 June 2021, another joint communication from the Special Procedure Branch of the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner was sent to the State Party of Thailand, to the World Heritage Committee, to the World Heritage Center and IUCN, again relaying concerns from the Special Rapporteur on the issues of human rights obligations relating to the enjoyment of a safe, clean, and healthy and sustainable environment, the Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders, and the Special Rapporteur on the rights of indigenous peoples. Both these communications have been provided to the World Heritage Committee. In addition, the World Heritage Center received a number of letters, petitions from associations, foundations, and NGOs, also conveying concerns concerning Kaeng communities within the Kaeng Krachan National Park. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thailand nominated the Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex first in 2014. The committee has referred back the nomination 3 times in 2015, 2016, and 2019 to allow the State Party to respond to a range of concerns on values, boundary changes, and issues regarding local communities and human rights. Previous evaluations have documented in detail the significant natural values of Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex and the area that surrounds it. The committee also took note of the nominated property's strong potential to meet criterion 9. Following boundary changes on the western perimeter of the property, the Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex now comprises an area of a little more than 408,000 hectares, which represents a reduction in area of slightly more than 15% compared to the original 2014 nomination. The status of the original buffer zone is also unclear to IUCN. The Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex sits at an ecological crossroads of overlapping zoogeographical subregions and therefore hosts a highly significant biodiversity, including endemic and threatened species. 8 species of wild cats and the critically endangered Siamese crocodile, the endangered tiger and Asian elephant can be found in the area. IUCN notes that the revised configuration results in a stepped boundary of straight lines along the western edge of the nominated property, which does not follow ecological principles, reduces connectivity conservation and the coverage of some significant areas for nature conservation. We conclude, however, that extremely important values undoubtedly remain. But for many species, the reduced area proposed now for inscription has excised high conservation value areas and habitat from the site. IUCN considers that this needs to be verified through an evaluation mission as part of a full evaluation process enabled through a deferral. Without a full evaluation process and the only evaluation mission almost 7 years ago, IUCN is not in a position to be conclusive on whether the revised boundaries are providing for a site fulfilling integrity requirements. And while IUCN takes note of recent legislative changes pertaining to the protection and management of the nominated property and the involvement of local communities, we are not in a position to assess their effectiveness within the limited scope of a referral procedure. Mr. Chair, IUCN has twice recommended referral of this property and now recommended twice to defer the nomination following the boundary modifications and the fact that this process has moved well beyond the normal timeframes of a referral. In conclusion, the rationale for IUCN's current deferral recommendation relates to several points. First, the need to validate in the field and in close dialogue with national experts boundary changes and the impact on attributes of OUV. Second, the need to evaluate changes in the legal framework protecting the nominated property. Thirdly, are issues related to concerns raised by local communities and in accordance with paragraph 123 of the operational guidelines. IUCN notes that you, the committee, have stressed in your past decisions the need for the state party to explicitly address in full the concerns that have been raised by a number of the UN Special Rapporteurs on human rights, who have made a series of statements on this nomination, as we have just heard from the World Heritage Centre. And these concerns were consistent with the principles of free, prior and informed consent and were framed around demonstrating that all concerns have been resolved in full consultation with local communities. The information available to IUCN suggests at the present time this situation has not been achieved, but we contend it is for the states parties and the relevant special rapporteurs to consider this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Russia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The nomination Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex is not a new item. Since the first submission in 2014, it has been presented for discussion during numerous committee sessions. It is worth to notice that in the report's advisory body recognizes the potential outstanding universal value of the nominated property with rich flora and fauna comprising endangered and critically endangered species. In its last decision at the 43rd session in Baku in 2019, the committee referred the nomination back to the state party in order to accomplish three main tasks: to revise the boundaries of the property based on agreement between the states parties of Thailand and Myanmar, to prepare and submit a revised comparative analysis demonstrating that the reduced area of the nominated property would be sufficient to meet criterion 10, to demonstrate that all concerns have been resolved in full consultation with the local communities in accordance with paragraph 123 of the operational guidelines. The comprehensive information provided by the state party leads our experts to conclude that all the concerns raised by the committee have been addressed despite the difficult situation caused by pandemic and in a good faith and will to collaborate with the World Heritage Center and IUCN Regional Office in Bangkok. We commend the continuous efforts of the state party. For over 7 years, Thailand has been constantly working on the inscription of the Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex on the World Heritage List. It has fully implemented the WHC's decisions and recommendations with significant development over the past 2 years. Therefore, we don't see any reason to put forward new conditions for inscription that would encourage the state party to further continue with good progress. Such conditions, moreover, undermine the credibility of our committee, which referred this nomination in Baku. Bearing in mind the mandate of the committee, we consider that the pressing need to preserve biological diversity and threatened species must prevail. Mr. Chairman, I would also like to ask you to give the floor to the state party to make necessary comments and explanations. Thank you.
Excellency, can you formulate a question for Thailand? Then I let the other committee members to take the floor first. Norway, please.
My question, Mr. Chair, is what did the state party do to fulfill the previous session decision on this nomination? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. Norway recognizes the importance of this rich forest area and its potential as World Heritage. We further commend Thailand's consistent engagement in nominating Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex as part of the state party's implementation of the World Heritage Convention. Norway considers that the connection between the United Nations Human Rights Mechanism and the World Heritage Mechanism is unavoidable. This has also been confirmed through 3 previous committee decisions. For the committee to be able to make an informed decision, we ask for the chair to give the special rapporteur on the rights of indigenous peoples, whose mandate is to report and advise on human rights under the UN Human Rights Council, the possibility to speak before the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Rosalind. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't see the UN rapporteur raising his hand. So maybe you go on with the committee members and see whether we get yes, I see it now. But maybe you go on with the committee members and then give the floor to the UN rapporteur.
I give the floor to the committee members.
Yes, okay.
Now, Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. There are 2 issues before us. First of all, I want to address the issue of procedure. The distinguished delegate of Norway asked that the special rapporteur on the rights of indigenous people speak. We have no problem in him or her speaking. Our problem is that he or her should speak after we have adopted the decision, as is a practice in our committee work. So, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I would request that we committee members be first respected and that we decide on this issue, as is customary also with observers, and that the distinguished representative of the special rapporteur on the rights of indigenous people can speak afterwards, after committee members have made their decision, and we will very gladly hear him and listen to whatever issues he may raise. I submit to you this proposal that we listen to the special rapporteur after committee members have discussed this issue and after we have adopted our decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We would like to commend Thailand for submitting the nomination of the Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex and would like to thank IUCN for the assessment of this nomination. The Kaeng Krachan covers vast forest areas encompassing parts of 3 provinces. The complex has rich and varied biological diversity. It holds valuable species that are recognized as being globally significant and endangered. Egypt supports the amendments presented to the draft decision and the immediate inscription of the site on the World Heritage List based on criteria 10. This inscription will further enrich the World Heritage List. It's worth noting that Thailand has indicated their firm commitment to protect this property, and in this respect, we would like to strongly support the amendments presented to the draft decision. And before I conclude, Mr. Chairman, And to respond to the proposal made to invite the special rapporteur to address the committee, we welcome, of course, the special rapporteur, but I fully agree with my colleague from Ethiopia that the special rapporteur should address the committee after the adoption of the draft decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I start my intervention, I would like to support the proposition by Ethiopia and Egypt that we give the observer of the special rapporteur after we decide on this site. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Oman delegation take notes of the amended draft decision 44.8b.add and welcomes the detailed information submitted by state party and how important this site complex to be inscribed in the World Heritage List. The nominated property meets the criteria 10 because of its location reflecting the unique mixture of different geographic realms and floristic province. The complex is the world's only home to the plant species that is very peculiar flora species, which is only found in this complex. In addition, the complex maintains healthy populations of globally important endangered worldwide species. One of the most important evidence is the presence of the critically endangered species, Siamese crocodile in Kaeng complex, is one of a few locations in only 5 countries worldwide where such species still exist in the wild and in addition to other critically endangered species. The property protects the head watershed of many important rivers and encompasses 6 forest types, which cover more than 96% of the nominated area. As a result of complex topography, climate, and ecosystem, there are more than 700 animal species reported in the complex. The biodiversity of flora and fauna is extremely rich, safe, and sufficient for the species to thrive. Therefore, the integrity is very much intact with the full protection of the KKFC area under a sound management plan with the relevant laws and regulation. Oman also appreciated the significant action taken by state party for the protection and management of the complex by different relevant legislation and the management capacity and conservation effectiveness which meet the requirement of the operational guidelines. That is the legislation of the Worldwide Protection and Conservation Act 1992 and its amendment, as well as the adaptation of the National Park Act 2019 and Wildlife Conservation and Protection Act 2019, which represent a significant paradigm shift in Thailand's environmental conservation policy to strike balance between natural conservation and sustainable utilization of resources. Also, we noted and appreciated the understanding of state party in addressing the issues of committee according to the 93.8b.5 decision. We think it fulfilled the requirements of the operational guidelines. Therefore, the Oman delegation encourages and supports the amendment decision and urge all members of the committee to support inscription of this site, as well as requested the state party to report to the progress to the World Heritage Center. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please.
Buenos días, señor presidente. Muchas gracias. Por parte de España, dar la enhorabuena a Tailandia por la perseverancia en la realización de este expediente que ya hemos visto en otros comités. En ningún momento dudamos del valor universal excepcional de este complejo forestal. Sin embargo, tras la intervención realizada por el Centro de Patrimonio Mundial, consideramos, como ha comentado Noruega, que sería conveniente escuchar primero al relator de Naciones Unidas para los derechos humanos. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We appreciate and thank. Can you hear me, Your Excellency?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. So Saudi Arabia would like to appreciate and thank the IUCN for their analysis and assessment. Saudi Arabia would like to shed light on an important aspect of this nomination, which is the state party's efforts towards the inclusion of local communities. We came to learn that many initiatives have been put into action by the state party to improve the livelihood of the local communities, including improvement of basic infrastructure, agriculture and livestock, healthcare and hygiene, arts and culture, and ecotourism, resulting in the enhancement of their quality of life and well-being in a sustainable manner. Most areas have been equipped with public utilities, including electricity and water supply, as well as fundamental education for children. Given the information provided to the committee by the state party, we are of the view that on the issue of the rights of the local communities, the Thai authorities concerned have taken necessary actions to strengthen inclusive and widest participation of the local communities in the nomination process in accordance with paragraph 123 of the operational guidelines. Resources have been invested to enhance the quality of life without compromising their traditional way of living. Mechanisms are in place to address land rights of the local communities in a fair and non-discriminatory manner, and to ensure that the work in progress will be followed up with the participation of all stakeholders. Therefore, Saudi Arabia would like to endorse the immediate inscription of the nominated property. Mr. Chair, discussing the intervention of the esteemed Human Rights Rapporteur, I would like to second what my colleagues have been saying, and to keep the consistency of our assessment, we believe that they can kindly provide their valuable information after the decision has been taken by this esteemed committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving us the floor. South Africa wishes to applaud the IUCN for preparing this informative report. We would like to support the amendment as proposed by the Russian Federation, China, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, and other co-authors. The Kaeng Krachan forest complex has rich biological diversity as a result of the amalgamation of the 4 zoo geographical subregions, as well as 4 floristic provinces. The nominated property is a habitat of more than 450 species of fauna. Among these, the IUCN Red List of Threatened Species notes 23 species as vulnerable, 8 as endangered, and 4 as critically endangered. As confirmed by the IUCN report, Chairperson, the nominated property hosts a remarkable range of mammals, birds, and reptiles from this region, including the endangered Asian elephant and all 8 species of cats, including tiger. As one of the most diverse countries in the world and a global leader in the issues of biodiversity conservation, South Africa regards the protection of this vital habitat of endangered species as of paramount importance. As reported, Mr. Chairman, the UN Environment Programme World Conservation Monitoring Center has confirmed the global significance of the biodiversity of this site, and that it is part of the biogeographical regions that are not yet well represented on the World Heritage List. As such, we would like to add our voice to those advocating for the immediate inscription of the Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex as per amendment of the draft decision 44.8b.7. Regarding an earlier question of a request to grant the UN Rapporteur, Human Rights Rapporteur, an opportunity now, we have no objection to the proposal, provided it's only at the end of the discussions by member states. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. Mali, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, le Mali voudrait saluer les efforts du secrétariat et des organes consultatifs sur cette candidature. Le Mali voudrait souligner que depuis plus de 7 ans, la Thaïlande travaille de manière cohérente et de bonne foi en faveur de l'inscription du complexe forestier de Krachan en tant que site du patrimoine mondial. Elle a pleinement mis en œuvre les décisions et recommandations du Centre du patrimoine mondial avec des développements importants au cours des 2 dernières années. Nous sommes convaincus que l'inscription de ce bien assurera non seulement sa protection, sa conservation et la sauvegarde pour les générations présentes et futures. Elle contribuera également aux objectifs et à la mission principale de la Convention du patrimoine mondial. Par conséquent, nous appelons le comité à donner un avis favorable à son inscription. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the 4th time this site comes to the attention of this committee, having been referred 3 times in former sessions. Each time we see significant progress on the part of the state party. Perhaps this is finally the time to end this process and to inscribe the property on the World Heritage List. When this item came up for discussion in Baku, the committee's decision for a referral indicates that it was satisfied with the site's OUV and other technical criteria. So we see no point in having to debate all over again. The question here is whether the party has complied with the requests of the decision 43-8B.5. We have been satisfied with the information that has been provided by the state party and also from what we have heard from Russia and other delegations that spoke before us on the technical issues, and would raise no objection to the inscription, sorry, Mr. Chair, and would raise no objection to the inscription of the Kaeng Krachan forest complex on the World Heritage List. In regards to the intervention of the UN rapporteur, Brazil agrees with the delegation of Norway that it would be very interesting and timely to hear his assessment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. China, please, you have the floor.
好的，开始了。谢谢主席。IUCN 呢，以往的评估报告已经详细记录了齐名地 KKFC 及其周边区域重要的自然价值。在标准10方面，齐名地 KKFC 保护了多个哺乳动物、鸟类、爬行动物等关键物种的栖息地，包含大量全球受威胁的野生动物的物种，以及稀有和特有的植物物种，是若干生态区域、优先生态区和植物多样性中心的组成部分。KKFC 得到了充分的法律保护，修订后的边界也具有极其重要的自然价值。原有管理手段中，巡逻监测等措施依然适用。缔约国也在积极地同当地社区建立共识，并开展工作。因此，中方认为齐名地具有普遍的、突出的价值、完整性、保护管理满足要求。因此，中方支持 KKFC 项目列入世界遗产名录。同时，中方支持埃塞俄比亚、埃及、阿曼、沙特阿拉伯、南非、马里等委员的提出的建议。所有的观察员应当在决定通过以后再来进行发言。谢谢主席。
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please. Nigeria, please, you have the floor. Excellency, your microphone is muted. We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay now.
Okay. Nigeria, we want to lend our voice to other committee members who have said that this Krachan forest complex is a site that should be added onto the World Heritage List in order to enrich the World Heritage List. So we're in support of the amendment to the draft decision as put forward. And like one of the committee members has said, this is about the third time this site has been deferred. So we feel that this session is the time to inscribe it so that we can enrich, considering the values this site to the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, por otorgarnos la palabra. No quisiéramos perder tanto el tiempo repitiendo la riqueza ecológica del sitio, la importancia de la biodiversidad, los servicios ambientales que ya ofrece sin necesidad de estar inscrito en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial. Eso es algo importante porque el sitio ya está ofreciendo servicios ambientales para las poblaciones locales y para el mundo entero. Entonces quisiéramos, sin olvidar esta importancia ecológica y natural que ya tiene el sitio y que está demostrado y que todos aceptamos y valoramos, quisiéramos abordar cuál es el tema por el cual no se ha inscrito en ocasiones anteriores. Y por eso apoyamos la noción de que tengamos un informe actualizado sobre la situación de derechos humanos en la zona, ya que para Guatemala, al igual que para otros miembros de este comité, las comunidades y su bienestar es tan importante como el patrimonio mundial. No tiene sentido que protejamos el patrimonio cultural y el patrimonio natural si no estamos protegiendo la vida de las comunidades que tienen una relación permanente con este patrimonio. Entonces, queremos secundar esta propuesta que ha sido respaldada por 3 estados parte y pedir que tengamos un informe actualizado antes de poder tomar una decisión sobre la inscripción de este sitio. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm taking the floor for the second time because I didn't speak on the substance of this item and only on procedural issues. I intervened first. Mr. Chair, I wanted to really thank Thailand for its patience, its perseverance, and that after 7 years, it is still asking this committee to inscribe this site whose universal outstanding value has been affirmed without any equivocation. It is sad that every time the country makes every effort to meet and comply with what is required of it, the goalpost seems to be shifting, changing, in order to ensure that this site does not get enlisted. It is very sad. It's also a clear demonstration of double standards that we have seen and continue to witness in the workings of the general arrangement of the whole inscription process. Mr. Chair, as was highlighted by previous delegations, Thailand fully complied with what it was asked at the 43rd session, as was clearly and very eloquently elaborated by the ambassador of Russia. It provided the necessary information on the revised boundary. It conducted a comparative analysis on this reduced area. It held extensive and demonstrated consultations with local community, and it made investments to improve the lives of the local community. Therefore, given the outstanding value of this universal outstanding value of this important natural site, the commitments of the State Party, we fully support the inscription of this site at our current session. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, at the request of some members, committee members, and also in consistent with our practice, I now give the floor to the State Party and also committee member, Thailand, to answer questions and also make a response.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thailand wishes to respond to the question raised by the distinguished delegation of Russia. I just want to say that throughout the past 7 years, Thailand has been working strenuously and earnestly with all the stakeholders for the inscription of the Krachan Forest Complex, or KKFC. We have fully implemented every decision and every recommendation as prescribed by the 43rd session of the World Heritage Committee. We believe that the KKFC deserves to be inscribed. Let me highlight what we have achieved. First, on the question of the boundary of the property, we have confirmed the mutual understanding with Myanmar as announced at the 43rd session. On the rights of the community, to which all of us attach importance, we have ensured their participation in the management of the property, as evident from their representation in the Protected Area Committee. We have engaged the local community in an inclusive consultation process regarding the inscription of the KKFC. And most importantly, we have endeavored to provide land for livelihood to all the local communities in the KKFC, including the ethnic communities. In addition to that, public utilities such as solar energy, water supply, internet connectivity, medical and education facilities, as well as occupational and vocational training have been provided. In fact, there is a host of government agencies continuing to undertake many development projects to improve the livelihood of the local communities. In fact, the IUCN office in Thailand and other international partners have been supporting projects in the property. Mr. Chairman, having myself served as the president of the UN Human Rights Council, I want to say that Thailand fully upholds its commitment to human rights. However, when it comes to the purview of the World Heritage Committee, we strongly believe that a clear distinction should be made between the rights of the local communities under the convention and the specific human rights cases, which must be addressed under the due process of law and through the relevant UN human rights mechanism. Mr. Chairman, could I be very frank? We believe that most of these issues have been addressed or clarified, but they are constantly rehashed and revived for the purpose of preventing the inscription. Now, throughout this process, we have also engaged constructively and closely with the IUCN, both with its headquarters in Switzerland and its regional office in Bangkok. In Bangkok, the IUCN has a regional office, and they have participated in many of the site visits. On the OUV, I also want to say that we have done a recent comparative analysis of the OUV, which has confirmed the rich biodiversity in terms of wild animal species, as well as rare and endemic plant species, remain fully intact. Mr. Chairperson, I think our concern with the draft decision of the advisory body is that it has added new elements, which is tantamount to shifting the goalposts. Namely, or the case in point is the establishment of an independent third-party arbitration body, which is unprecedented and infringes upon Thailand's domestic sovereignty. Mr. Chairman, given all the efforts that Thailand has made, the milestones that we have achieved throughout the past 7 years, we believe that we should move towards the inscription of the KKFC. And I want to say at the end that the inscription is by no means an end in itself, for it places greater responsibility on us to work even more closely with UNESCO, IUCN, and all the stakeholders in the conservation and protection of the KKFC, and particularly ensuring the right to livelihood of everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for the response. Dear colleagues, it seems we have different views concerning the timing to give the floor to the UN Special Rapporteur. I'd like to ask Dr. Rossler for clarification first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So if I could just sum up the situation, there were a number of committee members, including Spain, Norway, Brazil, and Guatemala, who wished to hear the UN rapporteur prior to the decision making. South Africa also said after the discussion. So you heard the discussion of the committee members. And then there were a number of other committee members, Ethiopia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and China, who wished to hear the UN rapporteur after the decision is taken. Now, you have Rule 22.4 of the Rules of Procedure, and this is quite clear. It is your prerogative as to when you wish to take the floor. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but that's the situation. So you can take a decision as you may wish to seem fit. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Dear committee members, what would you prefer? Can we take it that the majority of the committee members prefer to let the UN Special Rapporteur to intervene later? Any objection? Okay, it's so decided. Now let's, I see no more comments or questions. So I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.7. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments and the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have received an amendment co-authored by a number of committee members, as shown on the screen. We have no modifications proposed for the first two paragraphs, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor again. We would have preferred to hear the special rapporteur, but we take note of the information provided by the State Party of Thailand. However, this does not allow us to make an informed decision. Having read the recent press release from United Nations Human Rights Special Procedures Branch in Geneva, we cannot see any other solution than to encourage the State Party to invite the special rapporteur to visit Kaeng, Krachan, and as soon as possible, send a revised nomination document for evaluation by IUCN. For Norway, it's not possible to support nominations where there are unresolved human rights issues. Such fundamental questions need to be resolved before decisions can be made in the World Heritage Committee. As a committee, we have a responsibility to also ensure that paragraph 123 in the operational guidelines related to indigenous peoples and local communities is addressed. We therefore support the draft decision. We cannot support the amendment for inscription. Neither would it be appropriate to form a drafting group or voting on this particular case. Norway therefore asks to adjourn the debate on this item until 46 or once a new nomination is submitted. Thank you, Chair.
Thailand.
Mr. Chairman, you know, as I mentioned, that I've served as president of the UN Human Rights Council before, and I fully respect the role of the special procedures. But we have, on all these cases, made several clarifications on how they've been addressed. Some of them are old cases that keep coming back. We have made clarification with the previous special rapporteur on indigenous person. We have made 2 clarifications with the present special rapporteur. We have presented our clarification on the floor of the UN Human Rights Council. Our clarification are contained in the additional information that we provided as part of the nomination. So we have made clarification about these issues, but regrettably, our clarification has never been appeared in any of the joint communication by the special procedure. So I think, you know, we've done what we should do, what we must do. And, you know, as I said again, Thailand believes and upholds fully our human rights obligation.
Thank you for your comment. Now in front of us, there's a procedural motion, adjournment of the debate, I understand. Any comments? Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We heard a number, I would say the large majority of countries express their support for the inscription of this site. We have to be pragmatic, and we have to also understand what is the will of the committee deciding things. We are against adjournment. We are against any working group. We are against anything but deciding on this issue at this session during the current sittings. So, Mr. Chair, we would plead with you to listen to the voice of the large majority who have expressed themselves and have clearly stated that they want this site to be enlisted at our current session at this sitting. So I urge you to move forward with the adoption of the amendments that are tabled before us. I thank you, Chair.
Russia, please. Russia, please. Then we come back to you. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We think inscription of this site will give more for the reporting and assessment. Delaying the inscription will not serve the human rights issue, and therefore we urge for the inscription in this session without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Russia, is okay for you?
No, куда это самое?
Yes, yes. Russia is okay?
Yes.
Yeah, yes, okay.
It's, Mr. Chair, it's on procedural matter. First of all the documents were available, and every delegation could get to know them. And secondly, we are against the adjournment. If there is no consensus, then we should put this question to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I have a kind of concern with regard to the consistency and the integrity of the decisions taken within this esteemed committee. As we recall, in Baku, the decision was to refer the inscription based on certain recommendations to take place by the Thai authority. We believe that these measures have been taken, and we don't think that going back to a deferral is the right decision. We think that it contradicts what this committee has decided earlier, and I don't have an explanation to this, Your Excellency. So, Mr. Chair, we would like to take a decision during this session to inscribe this site. Thank you.
Thank you for a comment. Norway, Egypt, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like also to join previous speakers in supporting the description of the property during this meeting, and we think that we could take this decision today. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. China, please. China, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation listened to all the debates very carefully. For this issue, human rights issues are important, but our United Nations had its Human Rights Council to discuss human rights related issues. For this committee, we will conduct our work based on scientific evidence, on our professional judgment. I would think, I totally agree with the previous delegations, or what the previous delegations have said. We support the idea to inscribe this site to the World Heritage List. I would also like to think that it is more proper to make the decision at this time, at this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, I would like to ask Russia to clarify if you are asking for a vote or we move on to the substance and continue with the decision.
Mr. Chair, my intervention was a reaction to the proposal of adjournment. But I am not against continuing to discuss the substance of the draft decision. Thank you.
So far, I haven't seen any committee member to second the procedural motion. So shall we continue to discuss the substance and with the decision? No objection. Okay, we continue with the decision. Now, Ms. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendments proposed are integrated on the screen. The first two paragraphs of the draft decision are without any modifications, Mr. Chair.
Dear committee member, Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor again. Norway cannot support any other outcome than a deferral. We take note of the emerging consensus amongst our fellow committee members. We respect the decision-making processes of this convention, and we will not make any further interventions. Nevertheless, Norway cannot subscribe to this decision, and we are therefore obliged to say that Norway dissociates itself with the decision and ask for it to be reflected in the records of the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to Dr. Rossler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Secretariat has taken note of it, and this will be duly reflected in the records of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. So for paragraph 1 and paragraph 2, approve? Okay, approve. Go ahead.
Shall we continue, Mr. Chair?
Yes, continue. Yeah.
Apologies. Original paragraph 3 is proposed for deletion, and new paragraph 3 reads, inscribes Kaeng Krachan Forest Complex, Thailand, on the basis of criterion 10.
Do you accept? Okay, approved. Continue.
New paragraph 4 takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. Then we have brief synthesis, criterion 10, integrity, and protection and management requirements.
Mm-hmm.
This is the end of paragraph 4, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Okay, approved. Continue.
Original paragraph 5 is proposed for deletion.
Do you accept the deletion? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 5 notes that the decision to inscribe the property is made on the understanding that the state party has addressed the issues raised in decision 43-8b.5, thus fulfilled the requirements of the operational guidelines and will continue the work in progress on the following issues. A, mutual understanding on the revised boundaries of the property based on agreement between the state parties of Thailand and Myanmar. B, ensuring related conditions of integrity, protection, and management. And C, ensuring consultations with the local communities on their livelihoods and their active engagement in management of the property.
Do you agree? Yes, approved.
Original paragraph 6 is proposed for deletion, and new paragraph 6 notes with appreciation the commitment and continued efforts by the state party in working with local authorities and communities in safeguarding the property.
Do you accept? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 7 encourages the state party to identify opportunities to collaborate with the state party of Myanmar in transboundary conservation and management of the highly significant nature conservation values of the region, with a view to consider a future extension of the property.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 8 also encourages the state party to strengthen dialogue and consultation with IUCN in preparation for a regular review of the general state of conservation, including expert missions.
Approve? Okay, approved. Continue.
Proposed paragraph 9 requests the state party to report the progress and the results of related actions in implementing the decision 44-8b to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022. Mr. Chair, in here we have the proposal to use the standard text requesting the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022 a report on the implementation of the above mentioned recommendations, if the committee agrees. As well, we have to clarify if it is going to be for the examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session or for review by IUCN. This is to be clarified, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Russia, please. You can clarify. Norway, please. I want you to clarify. You wanted a footnote in the summary or here?
Thank you. It's okay in the summary.
Okay, it's okay. Yes, Russia, can you clarify what the Miss Rapporteur put forward the question? Yeah, Russia, please.
Mr. Chair, what do you want to ask me? I didn't understand.
Ms. Rapporteur, can you repeat it?
Of course. So the last paragraph requesting the state party to report on the progress, we have the standard text that we use in all the other previous decisions. So we propose to use this text, but which reads, requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022 a report on the implementation of the above mentioned recommendations. And then for the continuation of this text, we can either request the examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session, or the report can be submitted for review by IUCN. So these two options we have.
Is it clear?
We think it would be better to put for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session.
Okay. Okay, dear committee members, do you accept this paragraph? Okay, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.7 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate Thailand on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Thailand, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'd like to give the floor to our Minister of Natural Resources and Environment to express our appreciation to all the delegations.
Mr. Chairperson and members of the World Heritage Committee, ladies and gentlemen, Sawasdee krap. On behalf of the Kingdom of Thailand, I would like to convey our heartfelt appreciation and a really big thank you for all your supports and time taken towards the inscription of our Krachan forest complex. To many, this is just another inscription of another World Heritage site, but for us, this inscription reflects commitment and devotion of those who have committed over 16 years of their lives to show the world that we, the people of Thailand, shall preserve this complex for mankind for generations to come. This inscription is not the end of our work. On the contrary, it marks a beginning of a lifelong work to sustain, preserve, restore, and ensure the rich biodiversities of all living being in the complex, ranging from plants, animals, as well as human. Now, Thailand has duly noted all the remarks and suggestions from all concerned parties and would like to assure everyone that we have been working tirelessly to accommodate all the remarks and concerns, despite some repeated criticism that we have been neglecting those remarks. We only wish that the concerned parties could come and visit us and see with your own eyes what Thailand has done and is doing for the people of KKFC, instead of just reading some reports or listen to some hearsay. Many tasks have been completed and fulfilled, while some are more time-consuming than others. Thailand would like to reaffirm everyone of our undeterred commitment of constructively resolving community forest issues and forest management for the benefit of all citizens of the world and not someone or anyone in particular. Now, Thailand has placed utmost importance to the preservation of our forest complexes for ensuring the coexistence of human and nature. We believe that mankind, to survive into the next century, we must adapt to nature's way and not vice versa. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate our commitment to work with our friends and partners to preserve this world for its true owner, the future generations. Mr. Chairperson and members of the World Heritage Committee, may I once again humbly thank you all for all your kind support. Khop kun krap.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. Now, Myanmar, please. You have the floor. your microphone is muted.
I think I.
Yeah,
muted
okay,
and-
it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is the first delegation Myanmar is taking the floor, I wish to commend the People's Republic of China and the Secretary of the World Heritage Committee for holding this 44th sessions. The Myanmar delegation also wishes to offer his deepest condolences to the people of China and those in many parts of the world that have suffered from loss of lives and massive damages of property due to devastating floods and landslide very recent. Mr. Chairman, my delegation appreciates the committee's decisions on KKFC adopted earlier, as the decision fully reflects the Myanmar side's concern over the territorial integrity constantly raised over the years to the Thai side and to the committee with regard to the Myanmar-Thailand's boundary in the area where KKFC is located. Still, I wish to underscore that the decision adopted at this session concerning the KKFC should not prejudice to the Myanmar's right in the future demarcation of the land boundary between the two countries in the particular area. In this connection, Myanmar seriously takes note of the Thai side's commitment conveyed through diplomatic channel that the inscription of the KKFC in the World Heritage List is without prejudice to the Myanmar rights as regard to the land boundary and the international law. Last but not the least, my delegation looks forward to the cooperation between the member states and with the WACA's part at the time when conducive environments are developed for the Myanmar side to inscribe the adjacent forest area in the Tanindari region of Myanmar on the World Heritage List. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. First, thank you for your sympathy and solidarity for the people in the flood-stricken area in China. And thank you for your comment. Now, UN Human Rights Council, you have the floor. UN Special Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegate and indigenous people representatives. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As the special rapporteur, I have the global mandate to promote the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This is the purpose of my presence today, to remind UNESCO and the state members of its World Heritage Committee of your commitment and responsibility to respect the rights of indigenous people in the important decision you took today and you will take in the future. It is regrettable that your current working methods do not allow indigenous people to participate in decision-making process, which clearly affect the rights and the future of their land and resources. To ensure credibility, your working methods need to be brought in line with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Specifically, I have requested to speak today regarding concern that my mandate has expressed on repeated occasions over the denomination of the Krachan Forest Complex. Sustainable and human rights-based conservation cannot be carried out when indigenous people continue to be harassed, criminalized, displaced, and their land rights, traditional practices, and culture are denied. No good faith consultation can ever be carried in such circumstances. Concern of the Kaeng Krachan have escalated this year as new allegations of violation against Kaeng continue to be reported. In accordance with the IUCN recommendation, I am very sorry that your decision was not postponed until the nomination was in compliance with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and its own operational guidelines. They require the government of Thailand to inter alia, halt ongoing violations against Kaeng and ensure accountability for past abuses. Undertake good faith consultation based on recognition of the Kaeng's rights, traditional practice, and culture. This is essential in order to seek their free, prior, and informed consent. Ensure that future conservation of the Kaeng Krachan is based on effective participation of the Kaeng through co-management and equitable benefit sharing. Provide independent monitoring access to the park. I reiterate the willingness of my mandate to undertake an official country visit to Thailand to advise on the situation. I thank you for your attention, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Now, International Indigenous Peoples Forum on the World Heritage. You have the floor. to be very brief.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we strongly object both to the decision of inscription of Krachan and the way its decision has come about. The decision represents one of the lowest points in the history of the Convention, and indeed in the history of UNESCO. It tramples on the most fundamental principles and purposes of UNESCO, as well as those of the United Nations Charter. It also tramples on the dignity and human rights of the indigenous communities in Kaeng Krachan. The nomination process was accompanied by blatant human rights abuses, which have been strongly denounced by human rights bodies. The Krachan were never able to meaningfully participate, and no efforts were made to recognise their relationship with the land and the OUV. The decision was not the result of sound expert judgment based on the purposes of this convention, good heritage practice, and the principles of the Sustainable Development Policy. It is a result of highly politicised lobbying and horse trading based on economic interest of committee members. This decision-making culture strongly undermines the credibility of the Convention and UNESCO and the effectiveness of protection strategies. We urge the General Assembly of State Parties to take steps to bring the decision-making of the committee in line with the principles and standards of the United Nations and UNESCO and human rights-based approach and the aims of the World Heritage Convention. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I see no more requests for the floor. Now let's proceed then. I now invite IUCN to present the nomination Colchic, Rainforests and Wetlands, Georgia. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN's evaluation of this property can be found on the pages indicated on the slide. In its evaluation, IUCN recommends the committee to inscribe Colchic rainforests and wetlands on the World Heritage List under natural criteria 9 and 10. The Colchic rainforests and wetlands are nominated as a serial property comprising 7 component parts with a total area of more than 31,000 hectares and a buffer zone of almost 27,000 hectares. The Kintrician-Tirala component part is dominated by Colchic rainforests with a mostly dense mosaic of 23 forest associations with a prominent evergreen understory. The other component parts are lowland sites with a mixture of Colchic lowland forests and wetlands. The nominated property is characterized by outstandingly complex and diverse forest structures, peatland accumulations, high levels of endemism, and interspecies diversity. It is an invaluable example of the long-term evolutionary processes of forest biota over at least 10 to 15 million years. The extensive wetland areas along the Black Sea coast exhibit exceptional mires, which have led to the recognition of a distinct Colchis mire region, which includes unique, exclusively rain-fed mires. The nominated property represents a distinctive area of outstanding biodiversity within the wider Caucasus Global Biodiversity Hotspot. It boasts approximately 1,100 species of vascular and non-vascular plants, as well as almost 500 species of vertebrates, with an extremely high proportion of endemic species for a non-tropical, non-island region, including globally threatened species. IUCN therefore considers that the nominated property meets natural criteria 9 and 10. The nominated component parts all exhibit adequate levels of integrity. Threats to the nominated property currently appear to be low, and those threats that do exist are subject to appropriate management measures. Opportunities exist, though, to further strengthen the buffer zone arrangements through the submission of a minor boundary modification in the near term, which Mr. Chair, IUCN also proposes to include in the draft decision. The draft decision can be found in document 8B as shown on the slide and contains IUCN's recommendation to inscribe the Colchic rainforest and wetlands in Georgia on the World Heritage List under natural criteria 9 and 10. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, IUCN, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as we are examining a property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection, and considering that we have a really heavy agenda today, therefore, to leave more time for those nominations that may require lengthy debate, with your permission, I'd like to propose that we go directly to the draft decision. Do you agree with this suggestion? I see no objection. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Now, I invite you to adopt draft decision 44-8B.8. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Ms. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments.
Thank you. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.8 adopted. Thank you very much. Let me congratulate Georgia on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Georgia, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Dear Mr. Chairperson, distinguished heads of delegation, thank you for giving us the floor. On behalf of Georgia, first accept our most sincere condolences to People's Republic of China on the loss caused by the devastating flooding in Henan province, which has claimed dozens of innocent lives. We extend our deepest sympathy to Your Excellency as well as the families of the victims during the tough period of mourning. Speaking at the 44th session of UNESCO World Heritage Committee as the representative of Georgian delegation is a remarkable pleasure for me. I thank in utmost sincerity all the members of the committee for making this session one that is to be specially remembered for us in years to come. The Colchic rainforest and wetlands are the first nomination natural property by Georgia. This cause is unprecedented as a natural monument in Georgia has never been nominated to the World Heritage List. Although the country is represented by 3 cultural sites inscribed as UNESCO Natural Heritage, showcasing Georgia's vibrant and Asian culture. While the nomination has been made in 2019, the history of Georgian nomination began years ago when the government of Georgia, led by the Ministry of Environmental Protection and Agriculture and the Agency of Protected Areas, launched an initiative to nominate Colchic rainforests and wetlands for UNESCO World Heritage Sites. We extremely appreciate the work of IUCN and was an advisory body to the World Heritage Convention that undertook a huge work to evaluate the nomination of sites. Allow me to express our sincere gratitude to the experts and IUCN advisory body as a whole for undertaking an on-site work and for positive consideration of the nomination as well. Meanwhile, I would like to underline the work of local international experts that is notable. For years duration, local scientists and researchers were devoted to contribute all their efforts for successful nomination. And all these efforts would have been in vain without financial, technical, and expert support of the German government, WWF, and others that we are so thankful for. Let me assure that Georgia will continue active efforts to contribute to the promotion of shared values, mutual respect that UNESCO was built and stands for. Furthermore, we are ready to make any necessary actions for fulfilling the recommendations and requests indicated in the draft decision. I thank for this historical decision on behalf of our leader and Asian country, and here is I thank personally for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your sympathy and solidarity expressed for the Chinese people in the flood-stricken areas. Once again, congratulations. Now I give the floor to Rivers Without Boundaries for very short intervention.
Thank you, dear Chairman. We congratulate Georgia and the Committee for protecting remarkable wetlands and forests at the lower reaches of unique and biodiverse Rioni River, which is also hosting 6 critically endangered species of sturgeon. The spatial design of the property, although justified from the management standpoint, is clearly missing the Rioni River flowing and protected between disconnected pieces of the property. Lest this become a missed opportunity to protect the unique outstanding values. From all natural features found in the area, River biodiversity requires most immediate protection from existing and planned dams, mining, and poaching. We welcome plans of the state party to include the river
It's some problem with the
enhanced conditions for sturgeon spawning and natural flood pulse. We hope this does not happen too late to rescue the unique freshwater biodiversity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, I suggested that we have 10 minutes technical break. Dear colleagues, now we'll proceed then. I now invite ICOMOS to present the nomination Aslantepe Mond Turkey. But before I give the floor to ICOMOS, Mr. Balsamo, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. To remind the committee that we received a factual error notification concerning the evaluation of this nomination, and this is to be found on page 54 of document INF8B4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. ICOMOS, please, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of Aslantepe Mount, Turkey. On this evaluation, ICOMOS has received a letter on factual errors and has acknowledged some factual errors. Next slide. Aslantepe Mound is an archaeological tell located in the Malatya Plain, providing archaeological evidence testifying to its occupation since at least the 6th millennium BC and until the late Roman period. It presents a unique window into the late Chalcolithic period, recording a specific moment in time which testifies to elite life and early forms of state administration. As a result of a sudden and violent destruction of the palace and settlement in the late 4th millennium, Aslantepe can be seen as an exceptionally well-preserved testimony of establishment of governance and administration system, which does not stand out in terms of its innovation when compared to other ancient early centers, but is impressive in its state of preservation. The augmented comparative analysis and additional researches undertaken justify consideration of this property for the World Heritage List. Criterion 3 has been demonstrated. Next slide. The nominated property has an area of 4.85 hectares. The property boundaries are indicated as drawn around the outermost extension of the archaeological tell and known archaeological evidence. Yet, ICOMOS recommends to undertake further surveys to the northeast of the site where surface evidence was found outside the property boundary. The size of the enlarged buffer zone is adequate, but requires rigorous implementation. Conditions of integrity and authenticity have been met. Next slide. While protection of the property is sufficient, it requires a comprehensive conservation strategy and plan to be developed and linked to a future cautious excavation strategy, which should be based primarily on non-invasive methodologies and designate undisturbed areas which are not planned to be excavated. The management plan submitted should be augmented to capture the specific responsibilities of the different management partners in line with actions and activities envisaged to achieve the strategic objectives formulated. Next slide. In conclusion, ICOMOS considers that while the property demonstrates criterion 3, criterion 2 is not justified and criterion 4 not demonstrated at this stage. Key concerns relate to the lack of a comprehensive approach to conservation and the need of a more cautious excavation strategy. In addition, the local management capacity needs to be strengthened. Next slide. ICOMOS recommends that Aslantepe Mound be referred back to allow the state party to put in place the mentioned conservation and management requirements and redefine a cautious excavation approach based predominantly on non-invasive research methodologies. Next slide, and thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Dear committee members, due to the time constraints, without any intention to prevent you from taking the floor, I have to kindly ask you to be very brief on your general remarks. I thank you for your understanding and the cooperation. Now, Kiki Stan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the evaluation of ICAMOS, the draft decision reversed the nomination file back to the state party. However, regarding the OUV of Arslan Tepe, ICAMOS considers that the site presents an exceptional testimony to the life of early administrative elites and their relationship with the wider public. The level of detail in architectural and archaeological evidence found at Arslan Tepe is highly unusual. The site's central role in the region is testified by the monumental palace complex. The architectural language aimed at receiving and displaying new types of political performances and new official expressions of the exercise of authority through codified places is totally unprecedented. The wall paintings were not only decorations of the walls, but figurative motifs transmitting ideologically important and highly meaningful messages to everyone entering the palace. Thousands of clay ceilings found in situ in the palace have allowed to reconstruct a very sophisticated and innovative bureaucratic system. This is a unique testimony of the emergence of a state bureaucracy and accountability before any writing was invented, by using the seals as a document of transactions performed and the identification of the authors of these transactions in a highly developed and advanced administrative system. That is the reason ICAMOS confirms that the nominated property provides a complete and vivid picture of society and daily life of the early administrative elites in the late Chalcolithic period, and considers that the criterion 3 has been justified. Besides the palace, as any other monuments at the site, is distinguished by its authenticity and integrity, and is extraordinarily well preserved thanks to the accurate excavation methodologies and conservation and protection practices strategically carried out in the course of time. The adobe structures do not have too much of deterioration problem, and this reveals that the preventive approach in place is effective. Therefore, ICAMOS also confirms the impressive state of preservation of the late Chalcolithic evidence when compared to other settlements of the time. Moreover, the Italian La Sapienza University, with support of the Turkish Ministry of Culture and Tourism, conducts a comprehensive archaeological mission for the conservation of adobe structures for long years. Having examined the recommendations of ICAMOS and the commitments of the state party in terms of the current stage of research, conservation, and management, we support this nomination to be inscribed to the World Heritage List under the criterion 3. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please.
Thank you, Chair. Uganda supports the amendments to draft decision 44.8b.22. From a meticulous scrutiny which my delegation has executed, there is no doubt that a comprehensive and sustainable conservation management plan for the property is well articulated in the statement of OUV contained in the amendment. Chair, the fears raised by the draft decision concerning A3 sector and accompanying buffer zone are clearly taken care of by the amendment, which also draws in architectural expertise to ably manage a newly envisioned roof design in harmonious complement with the older sections, and as well as proficient stormwater drainage and risk mitigation. It also suffices to conclude that the concerns of boundary limits to the north and west of the property in question and its key archaeological interests are also well protected, together with mitigation of atmospheric and climatic erosion in previously excavated areas as stressed in the amendments. Mr. Chairman, the amendment is resolute to document all activities on the site with a varied state of art, visual anthropology, as diverse as still photography and videography, together with the requisite heritage impact assessment measures. In conclusion, Uganda joins other delegations in support of the amendments to inscribe Aslantepe Mound of Turkey on the World Heritage List. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I would like to start by thanking Kyrgyzstan for the thorough introduction for this site. Oman notes the tremendous efforts made by the state party in the preparation of the nomination of the Aslantepe Mound. This site provides important insight into the earliest form of the state administration, dating back to the late Chalcolithic period. In comparison to other settlements within the region, the site enjoys an outstanding state of preservation, and many of its remains are still in situ. This state of conservation is also confirmed by the comparative analysis. Furthermore, Oman has noted the fact that the condition of the integrity and authenticity of the property have been met, and that its outstanding universal value is justified by the identified attributes. Oman therefore consider this outstanding universal value and extraordinary state of the preservation of the property as a justification toward considering the nomination of the Aslantepe Mound for inscription in the World Heritage List today. Oman also would like to encourage the state party to consider the concerns and recommendations made by this consultative body. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The advisory body has clearly identified the OUV of the site based on at least one of the criteria for which it was proposed for inscription. Has praised its impressive state of conservation, has considered that the conditions of integrity and authenticity have been met, and has also recognized that the monitoring system addresses all relevant areas. There is certainly room for improvement, especially as concerns the management plans, but you do not find this should constitute an objection for inscribing the site in this session. We thus support the amendment presented by Kyrgyzstan and recommend the Aslantepe Mound for inscription on the World Heritage List. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Guatemala, please. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Queremos agradecer la evaluación realizada por ICOMOS y felicitamos al Estado parte por la preparación del expediente de nominación. El montículo de Aslantepe es un yacimiento arqueológico ubicado en la llanura de Malatía. La evidencia arqueológica del sitio atestigua una prolongada ocupación desde al menos el VI siglo a.C. hasta el período romano tardío. Las primeras casas de adobe datan de la primera mitad del IV siglo a.C., mientras que el período calcolítico, del cual ya otros miembros del comité han hablado, es el más importante, durante el cual se construyó el complejo palaciego, del que ya se han expresado sus características y el importante rol que el sitio ha jugado en la conformación de instancias administrativas y políticas en épocas muy tempranas. La estratigrafía arqueológica se extiende a los periodos paleoasirio e hitita, lo que demuestra la importancia de este lugar. La evaluación de ICOMOS nos indica que se ha justificado el criterio 3 y aunque se necesita mejorar y fortalecer algunas medidas de protección y manejo, así como establecer un plan de capacitación para todos los implicados en la gestión integral del sitio, consideramos que el sitio tiene un gran potencial para integrarse a la lista de Patrimonio Mundial e instamos al Estado parte a continuar sus esfuerzos para implementar las recomendaciones incluidas en el proyecto de decisión. Estamos de acuerdo con el consenso emergente para enmendar el proyecto de decisión y proceder con la inscripción del sitio en la lista de Patrimonio Mundial. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Hungary, please. Hungary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As for the exploration of the unique value as Aslantepe Mound, it was underpinned by the extensive research activity of international archaeologists, as an excellent and world-renowned Italian archaeological mission has been working on the site for 60 years. The research activities and results were documented in a number of scientific publications. It can be said that there is a strong and ongoing collaboration between the local Turkish and Italian professionals, which is very commendable. As ICOMOS emphasized its evaluation, the archaeological evidences and findings are exceptional regarding the state of conservation of the property. The on-site preservation of the monumental and adobe structures is impressive, and it is strengthened by the comprehensive management of the property. We welcome the further excavation programs and plans for the next decades to better understand the role of the mound in the past. Turkey has made substantial efforts to comply with the observations and suggestions of ICOMOS. In view of the above, Hungary fully agrees with the amendment submitted by Kyrgyzstan. Mr. Chairman, Hungary suggests the inscription of this impressive archaeological site on the World Heritage List. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be brief. We thank Turkey for bringing or nominating this site for inscription, which we believe the outstanding universal value is demonstrated. Also, the evaluation of our experts has clearly shown that criteria 3 is demonstrated. Therefore, we support the amendments brought forth by Kyrgyzstan to inscribe this magnificent site at our current session. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Bosnia and Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Bosnie-Herzégovine appuie l'inscription de ce site et l'amendement de Kyrgyzstan. De toute façon, le travail des archéologues va continuer. On a déjà dit pas mal de choses donc, que je ne veux pas répéter, mais je vais dire une chose qui me semble importante. C'est quand on a un site comme ça, on est heureux de la découvrir et de la faire voir à des générations de nos jours et futures. Et c'est un travail qui ne s'arrête jamais. Le travail des archéologues et des spécialistes qui étudient ça. On étudie toujours des sites d'il y a plusieurs centaines d'années. Donc, c'est un travail qui continue. Puis, il y a un élan de l'État de Turquie dont il faut profiter et encourager le travail à venir. Donc, la colline des Lions a sa place sur la liste. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Norway words, you are surprised, I guess. I'd like to give a small comment. Arslan Tepe Mound is a very interesting site, and amongst many features, it opens knowledge about early state formation, important to understand the past society. In the draft decision, it is stated that OUV, authenticity and integrity is met for the proposed nomination in Arslan Tepe. On this background, Norway will not oppose the consensus in this case. We would just like to have a minor adjustment in the amended paragraph 4 and suggest a few additions to the paragraph 4A and G. The text is sent to the rapporteur, so I guess that's okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comment. China, please.
谢谢主席。中方呢认可并感谢 ICOMOS 对阿斯兰特佩土丘突出普遍价值的评价。该遗产是人类文明发展史中一个重要的关键的见证，就像刚才罗威代表所说的，中方赞赏土耳其政府在保护这一处的珍贵遗产方面所采取的努力。该遗产现行的管理规划对遗产地的保护、管理、考古、旅游等事项都做出了周详考虑并付诸实施，与世界遗产保护管理的要求 是相符合的，因此呢，中方建议同意该项目列入世界遗产名录。与此同时呢，我们也注意到 ICOMOS 对该遗产本体保护、保护设施、管理能力等提出了很好的建议。所以呢，中方建议土耳其今后继续强化已经建立起的行之有效的工作机制，并在遗产保护、科学研究、协调管理方面进行持续的探索和实践，践行世界遗产公约的理念和要求。谢谢主席。
Thank you for your comment. Bahrain, please. Bahrain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would also like to voice our support for the amendment as specified previous speakers. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Mali, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous voulons féliciter l'État partie de la Turquie pour cette proposition d'inscription. L'ICOMOS reconnaît que le site répond au critère 3. Le site du TL d'Arslan TPA a été proposé depuis 2014 pour une inscription au patrimoine mondial et l'État partie a fourni d'intenses efforts pour sa préservation et sa valeur universelle exceptionnelle éprouvée. Donc moi, je demande à ce que ces sites soient reconnus. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, I see no more questions and comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.22. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments and the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will wait a moment. 22, 8B22. We have received an amendment submitted by Kyrgyzstan, Ethiopia, Mali, Hungary, and China, Mr. Chair, as shown on the screen. We have no changes proposed for paragraph 1.
Okay, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 2 reads, inscribes Arslan Tepe Mount, Turkey, on the World Heritage List on the basis of Criterion 3.
Approved? Okay, approved.
New paragraph 3 takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. Then we have the brief synthesis, Criterion 3, integrity, authenticity, protection and management requirements. This is the end of paragraph 3, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Yes, agree. Approved. Go ahead, go ahead.
Paragraph 4 recommends that the state party give consideration to the following. Some of these letters, Mr. Chair, is moved from the original paragraph 2, as highlighted in here. So for A, preparing a conservation strategy and plan for the property, here is an addition proposed by Norway, including a cautious strategy for anticipated archaeological research and excavations, end of the proposed addition, which determines protocols, priorities, and procedures for all forms of conservation, excavation, and maintenance interventions needed. For B, augmenting the management plan to include local management roles and responsibilities, decision-making processes, a comprehensive risk assessment, and risk preparedness plan. C, strengthening the local management capacity under the coordination of the site manager. D, providing clarifications on the new arrangements allowed in A3 zone with the enlargement of the buffer zone. E, reconsidering the design of the proposed new roof shelter by providing more views of different sections, detailing the connection between the old and new roof and how the new roof will address places where the rainwater mostly accesses the site, and submit it for further review. 4F, undertaking further surveys to determine the exact extension of archaeological findings towards the north and west of the property, and on that basis, if necessary, extends the boundaries of the property in line with the indications of archaeological ground surveys in these directions. G, studying unsheltered areas previously excavated and the edges of the present protective shelter to ensure minimum exposure of earthen architectural remains to weathering phenomena. H, undertaking heritage impact. Norway has a proposal in here, original paragraph 2D to be kept. H, undertaking, in case it's kept, I will just read it loud. Undertaking a periodical detailed photographic documentation of all the site structures and objects where needed, augmented by drawings indicating positions and exact features of elements of specific significance as a baseline for monitoring and risk and disaster management processes. And then last letter of this paragraph, undertaking heritage impact assessments for any new visitor infrastructure or museum buildings before any decision is taken to assess their potential impacts on the outstanding universal value of the property.
Any comments? Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't see the amended paragraph by Norway. It is suitable here, unless I think we need these photographs only during the reporting, but not periodically. I don't see any need for a periodic photograph documentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We also support the comments by my brother from Oman. It's not, we don't think it's appropriate that it's included here. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyrgyzstan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a short comment on D. We do not oppose this amendment, but we believe that this has already been done and is being done, and just in case we can ask the state party to answer on this D paragraph. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. Yes, Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we ask for clarification by the Secretariat, please?
Yes. Yes, please. The periodical. Maybe e-commerce, you can have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This paragraph was in the original recommendations that ICOMOS gave, and we have received no additional information indicating that the detailed photographic documentation and where needed drawings have been undertaken in the meantime. And we recommend this as a basis for future monitoring and in case that disasters strike the site, which of course we do not hope will happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Norway is okay for you?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. This proves that this paragraph is needed. Thank you very much.
Oman, please.
Thank you again, the Chair. what is my question to ICOMOS? What is the purpose of this paragraph? When do you need the periodic, photographing? Is it for the assessment during the reporting, or it is periodically only sending the photograph? We need clarification from ICOMOS. Thank you.
I think I first give the floor to Turkey. Can you make some clarification? Turkey, please.
So we are here.
Yes.
So may I speak in
yes.
respect
yes.
to
answer the question?
Point?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. I am Marcella Frangipane. I have been the director of this excavation for more than 30 years. So I think I can answer to this point because we have millions of photos, drawings, and documents in each detail of each level. And these documents are given to the Ministry of Culture of Turkey and to the General Directorate of Museum and Monuments. Moreover, we are now, since few years, we are conducting regularly laser scanner photographs on the palace building with the precise objective of conservation. So in order to see from one year to the other, which kind of change we can see in the photos, and our restorer can intervene. So we can follow this advice without any problem. It's what I want to mean.
Okay, thank you. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Based on the explanation of the state party, we can live with maintaining this paragraph. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oman, please, do you agree?
I do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Norway, it's okay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Bahrain, please.
Agreement to keep that paragraph G as well. Thank you.
Okay. So Nigeria, please.
Yeah.
Nigeria, please. Yeah.
I think
we can keep it. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have reached consensus. Dear colleagues, for this paragraph, do you have any other objection? I see now. Approved. Continue.
New paragraph 5 reads, requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022 a report on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Approved. Dear colleagues, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.22 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate Turkey on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Turkey, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
yeah.
Members of the committee, esteemed colleagues, I would like to thank heartily to all members of the committee and to all the experts for their support and acknowledgement of the outstanding universal value of the Arslantepe Mound as an exceptional testimony to the emergence of the earliest state society in the Near East, hence the world. This decision will further enhance our commitment to the preservation and conservation of Turkey's rich cultural heritage. Let me also extend my sincere thanks to all Turkish authorities and, of course, the Ministry of Culture, as well as the current and former heads of the excavation team, Dr. Francesco Balozzi Rastelli and Professor Dr. Marcella Frangipane, for their impeccable work they have so diligently pursued over so many years. I also would like to if you allow me, to pass the floor to our Minister of Culture for a brief intervention, and who will pass the floor to these world-known archaeologists. I also would like to present my profound sympathies to China for the floods in Hunan province, which caused tragic loss of life. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dear community members, on behalf of the Minister of the Culture of Tourism, I would like to thank you for your support and inscriptions of Aslantepe Mount on the World Heritage List. I also thank the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS, whose guidance was very important. The Ministry of the Culture and the Tourism is deeply committed to the provisions of the UNESCO World Heritage Communications and its operational guidelines. All relevant stakeholders, local authorities, and Italian Archaeological Museum of the Spanish University of Rome are close cooperation for the better management and the protections of the site. Therefore, we further thank to Malatya Garumshi and Malatya and Battalgazi municipalities. This year is the 60th anniversary of the Italian exploitations at the La Spezia University in Aslantepe. So, special thanks to Marcella Frangipane, who has consist and the Aslantepe excavations over 60 years, and the current director of the excavation team, Prof. Francesca Bolossi Restelli. Now, I give the floor to the distinguished professors Marcella and Francesca.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Borskurtlar. Thank you very much to all the committee, the UNESCO committee and the ICOMOS technical committee who visited us and contributed with their advice. And I think this moment is a very, very important moment for us, for Turkey, for Italy, for the world. And I am really moved, I can confess, because it's the end of a long process of construction of knowledge and of preservation of this knowledge, and also the transmission of this knowledge to the public and to the people. And so I just want to conclude with my sincere thanks to all the institutions that have supported us for so many years. So the Turkish institution, first of all, the Ministry of Culture, the General Director of Monuments and Museum, the local Malatya municipality and Malatya Museum directors, but also the Italian institution that have supported us in the course of these many years, the Italian ambassador, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Sapienza University, of course. But I just want to conclude with my warmest thanks to the people from Malatya and from Orduzu village, because without them, we couldn't have obtained these results. So our workers and their families and the entire village people and the Malatya people. Thank you very much to all.
Thank you. Congratulations once again. I also would like to thank His Excellency, the Turkish ambassador, for his sympathy, solidarity expressed to the Chinese people in the flood-stricken areas. Thank you. Now let's proceed then. I invite ICOMOS to present the significant boundary modification of the World Heritage Property, Defense Land of Amsterdam, to become Dutch Water Defense Lands, Netherlands. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the Dutch water defense lines, Netherlands. Next slide. This is a major boundary modification of the serial property defense line of Amsterdam, inscribed on the Walterchat list in 1996 on the basis of criteria 2, 4, and 5. It proposes to add the 85-kilometer long new Dutch water line and also small extensions and reductions of the defense line of Amsterdam to become the Dutch water defense lines. Altogether, the Dutch water defense lines represent a 200-kilometer long defense system built between 1815 and 1940 to protect the administrative and economic heartland of Holland by applying the knowledge in hydraulic engineering developed since the 16th century by the people of the Netherlands. The comparative analysis has demonstrated that the nominated extension supplements the outstanding universal value of the Walterchat property by showing how the sophisticated knowledge of the local hydrology and geomorphology has been harnessed to modify in an exceptional manner the landscape for defense purposes by building throughout multiple generations an outstanding defense system which integrates water management facilities, arrangements of the landscape, and military fortifications. The nominated extensions contributes to enhance the way the three agreed criteria convey the outstanding universal value of the inscribed property. Next slide. The serial extension consists of one large component part, including the new Dutch water line, and three small additional components. It includes inundation fields, hydraulic installations, fortifications, and military posts, all meant to work in concert. The major boundary modification all envisage the reduction of seven component parts of the inscribed defense line of Amsterdam due to some developments that have compromised the integrity and authenticity of small portions of the inscribed property. Next slide. Since 2011 and 2016, the legal framework has been strengthened, and in combination with national strategy for the spatial planning, it appears now adequate to address the challenges of reconciling the protection and conservation of heritage and the need for development. Although complex, given the multiple actors involved and the considerable dynamicity of the area in terms of developments, the management system is adequate. However, considerable coordination, communication, and management efforts will have to be deployed by the site holder and the state party. Ad hoc planning instruments might be needed in specific areas, such as Utrecht, to address comprehensively development pressures. Conservation is overall good, although some areas are vulnerable to high development pressures. Effective conservation measures are in place, particularly for the water management system and the fortification, and will need to be extended to the landscape. Next slide. In summary, although the nominated extension contributes to enhance the outstanding universal value of the inscribed property, the conditions of integrity and authenticity will be met only when the boundaries of the nominated extension near Utrecht will be revised to include all elements that make the water line and their visual relationships. ICOMOS welcomes a proposal for a buffer zone. However, the current rationale is rather mechanical and not tailored to specific needs of the property. A thorough revision is needed to expand the 50-meter wide strip on the inner side and redesign buffer zone on the outer side, and defining ad hoc protection mechanisms. 6 of the proposed reductions could be acceptable, but only on the condition that the excluded section will be included in the buffer zones, and measures will be put in place for the long-term recovery of some aspects of their integrity and authenticity. However, the 7th proposed reduction at Genie Dijk cannot be approved, as it would impair the integrity of the inscribed property. Due to the sheer size of the property and nominated extensions and the high dynamicity of the area, an assessment of the coherence of existing planning provisions with the need to ensure the protection of outstanding universal value in the long term is necessary, as well as ad hoc planning tools to manage comprehensively development pressures. Next slide. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the Dutch water defense lines in Netherlands be referred back to the state party for the following main reasons. Revise the boundaries of the proposed extension near Utrecht, exclude the proposal for reducing Genie Dijk, include all other 6 proposed reductions in the buffer zone, and provide protection and long-term recovery and ad hoc measures. Revise thoroughly the buffer zone and equip it with protection mechanisms. Assess the coherence of existing planning instruments with the need for protecting the outstanding universal value of the property and the proposed extension. ICOMOS has included a number of further recommendations in the draft decision to aid the long-term conservation of the property. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Kyrgyzstan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyrgyzstan thanks ICOMOS for their work on the evaluation of the Dutch water defense lines and its advice. It is a substantive advice which underlines the OUV of the property. ICOMOS is of the opinion that the proposed extension is a completion of the property of the defense lines of Amsterdam, which was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 1996. With its nomination, the Netherlands show its commitment to preserving a heritage site which consists of many different elements and which is located in a highly dynamic area. This is not an easy task, as it requires seeking a continuous balance between protection, urban and spatial challenges, and contemporary needs of society. ICOMOS concluded its advice with the notion that extra care needs to be given to ensure protection from developments outside the property and the buffer zones. This led ICOMOS to an advice to refer the nomination. We have consulted with the Netherlands on this advice. The state party indicates that it has used the past year and especially the last month to solve the issue raised by ICOMOS. The state party shared information on these solutions, including new maps. The border of the property and the buffer zone have been amended in line with the ICOMOS advice. The issue on protection on the inventories have been solved or are on the verge of being solved. The Netherlands has shown that it is able to ensure the necessary legal and special mechanisms for the required protection. Kyrgyzstan is assured that all concerns raised have been answered to, and all the recommendations by ICOMOS have already been implemented. After analyzing the information received, we propose to amend the draft decision and inscribe the Dutch water defense lines on the World Heritage List. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please.
Thank you, Chair. My delegation observed that the revised boundaries of the proposed extension spanning all heritage defense elements up the waterline are well captured in the statement of outstanding universal value. In addition, the active engineering marvels within the principal elements of the site and their special inbuilt self-preservation mechanisms and easily serviceable technologies are all carefully highlighted together with the historical, technical, planning, administrative, defensive, scenic, and grand panoramic ambience, all optimized in the said statement of outstanding universal value. Mr. Chairman, this defensive system is one among the most sophisticated original maritime defensive engineering marvels of the world. The little oversights which the draft statement seems to have capitalized on are philosophically, contextually, and technocratically taken care of in the highlighted OUV, and as well as the site's technical artistry and amazing working conditions of associated forts, dikes, sluices, pumping stations, canals, and inundation polders in the overall sustainable conservation management and planning paradigm. Hardly any other site has registered the exceptionality of this rare interdisciplinary heritage. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, my delegation strongly supports inscription of the site on the World Heritage List. I thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. We wish to commend the State Party for presenting this highly interesting and very complex nomination project. 7 components of an existing World Heritage property are proposed to be taken out through the significant boundary modification, while a significant number of added components in some constitute the extended nomination presented for us as the Dutch water defense lines. There are some very important concerns highlighted in the thorough and precise evaluation from ICOMOS. One is related to issues in the buffer zone and legal protection of certain components and the wider setting. And most importantly, the request for a more functional approach to the buffer zone, which is very static as proposed. Important considerations are related to the areas which are taken out of the original property. 5 of these reductions are considered okay by the evaluation. The component parts suffer loss of authenticity and integrity. 2 of the components are proposed to be taken out due to irreversible change and loss of values gradually since inscription in 1996. Due to extensions of industrial areas and Schiphol Airport. The areas are limited, but we wish to express our strong concerns for this proposal, which in fact may indicate that we are attempting to zone ourselves out of issues related to the conflicts between development and protection of world heritage. Removal of some areas are not compensated by addition of others. Importantly, ICOMOS considers that the Shanidi component should not be part of the reduction. We also take note of concerns related to the integrity of the nominated property, in that the defense line will be extremely narrow at certain rather long segments. There are also concerns related to pressures coming from urban development, housing projects, and motorway developments. Such challenges must be solved with the main priority being the preservation of outstanding universal value. We take good note that the State Party has taken several steps towards implementing the requests in the evaluation, and we wish to ask for specific clarifications from ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center possibly on these matters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like also to start by thanking the World Heritage Center and its consultative body for all the efforts. Oman also would like to congratulate the Netherlands for all its successful efforts that have so far been made regarding the proposed extension of the defense line of Amsterdam. The ICOMOS evaluation of the nomination of culture and mixed properties report acknowledges the amendment made by the Netherlands with regards to the extension of defense line of Amsterdam. Overall, ICOMOS considers that the proposed justification for inscription of the nominated extension with its attributes is coherent with the justification and the outstanding universal value of defense line of Amsterdam. Inscribed properly, in terms of comparative analysis of the new extension, it is considered to be appropriate to justify its consideration for approval in the World Heritage List under the Dutch water defense line. It has also considered to justify criteria 2, 4, and 5. Moreover, the State Party conducted a number of effective and positive constructive measures for the nominated extension. The same applies with regards to the protection and management plans, which is deemed to be adequate to protect the OUV of the proposed extension. It is its integrity and authenticity. Taking all these positive initiatives and efforts into account, the Oman delegation firmly supports the approval of the nomination of the extension of the defense line of Amsterdam to be included in to include the new Dutch water line and become the Dutch water defense lines, the Netherlands, in the World Heritage List. Oman encouraged the State Party to continue cooperation and discussion with the World Heritage Center and consultative body. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, I have a long list of speakers requesting for the floor. I have noticed that the emerging consensus on the amendment to, for the sake of the time, in the interest of the time, and also its extension of the line. So can we go directly to the draft decision? So no objection. We go directly to the draft decision. Ecomos, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Apologies for asking the floor, but the distinguished delegates of Norway had a question for Ecomos. to which we would like to respond and clarify. ICOMOS has analyzed case by case the 7 proposals for reductions. And after lengthy debate within the ICOMOS panel, it has decided to accept 6 of them because these reductions were not impacting the outstanding universal value of the property already inscribed. And nevertheless, ICOMOS has requested that these 6 reductions be included in the buffer zones and provided with ad hoc measures for the recovery in the long term of aspects of their integrity and authenticity. One of the proposed reduction, although limited, was critical in terms of potential reduction and undermining of the outstanding universal value, integrity, and authenticity, and has not been accepted by ICOMOS. On this rationale, ICOMOS has not made any balance between the major boundary modification in terms of large addition in comparison to the small reductions. So meaning we have assessed each of them in their own merit. And ICOMOS has also considered that there should not be further deterioration and no further reduction could be accepted for this property, meaning that the issues that were raised by these minor, these small reductions were to be considered in the context of what happened even at the time of the nomination and the inscription of the property, and that should be close the matter of potential revision of the boundaries in the future. And I hope that we have clarified the points raised by the distinguished delegate of Norway. Indeed, ICOMOS posed itself the question about possible precedents and concerns about considering expansion as a way of balancing reduction, which was not the case in the ICOMOS debate. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. Now I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.23. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We received an amendment submitted by a number of committee members, as shown on the screen. There are no modifications proposed for paragraph 1, Mr. Chair.
So, dear committee members, we go through the text, approve it paragraph by paragraph. Paragraph 1, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 2 approves the significant boundary modification of the defense line of Amsterdam to include the new Dutch water line and become the Dutch water defense lines, Netherlands, on the World Heritage List as a cultural landscape on the basis of criteria 2, 4, and 5.
Do you accept? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 3 takes note of the following provisional statement of outstanding universal value. We can now skip the components of the OUV statement.
Yes.
This is the end of the paragraph 3, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Yes. Approved.
Paragraph 4 recommends that the state party give consideration to the following. A, strengthening the protection of the landscape dimension, particularly in key sections of the Dutch water defense lines, in example in the Utrecht area and Laaggraven especially, through ad hoc plans that enhance the historic landscape features and mutual visibility among the defense elements. B is proposed for deletion. New for B, providing the World Heritage Center on ICOMOS with upcoming projects, including the final option for the A8, A9 junction for review, For C, finalizing all sensitive area analysis and embed their conclusions in planning instruments. For D, strengthening the visibility and interpretation of the defense line of Amsterdam and its proposed extension. For E, providing the 6 reductions of the property, including the buffer zone, with ad hoc mechanisms that prevent further pressures and offer the opportunity to recover in the medium or long term at least part of the memory of their past conditions through careful design and landscaping. For F, making an inventory of all current planning provisions in force for the property and the whole buffer zone, and assess whether they are coherent to sustain the outstanding universal value of the property.
Do you accept the revision? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 5, at the beginning of the paragraph, there is a proposed addition by distinguished delegation of Norway. Requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 February 2022 detailed maps at an appropriate scale showing revised boundaries of the property and the buffer zone and clarifications concerning the status of the project of the housing development near Vodrichem, and also, this is as originally amended by Kyrgyzstan et al., requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 December 2022 a report on the implementation of the above-mentioned recommendations for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session.
Agree. Oman, please.
I think the addition from Norway, it can be acceptable if we delay it. I mean, February 22 is after 6 months or 5 months, and that is too soon. Either we take it or we extend it further. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Norway, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Taking into consideration the comments from the distinguished colleague from Oman, it would possibly be appropriate to ask the state party to comment on their ability before we make this decision. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. The Netherlands, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can fulfill the deadline of 1 February 2022, so it's okay with us.
Okay, thank you. Norway is okay?
Yes, thank you so much for this clarification.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-8B.23 adopted as amended. Let me congratulate the Netherlands on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Netherlands, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We would like to compliment the People's Republic of China with this excellent organization of this committee meeting. Also, I would like to congratulate you, personally, Chair, for your work of chairing this important committee meeting. We express our gratitude to the Kyrgyz Republic for having excused our amendment, and I can assure you, Mr. President, we will do everything to meet the deadlines mentioned. I would now like to hand over to Mrs. Zita Pels, who represents the provinces that are involved in this magnificent program.
Yes, well, thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank the members of the committee on behalf of the provinces of Noord-Brabant, Utrecht, Gelderland, and Noord-Holland for the trust in the Dutch defense lines. We are thrilled with the extension of our World Heritage Site. As you all may know, in the Netherlands, water is a big part of our day-to-day life. We have seen horror with floodings in our past and very recent again in the province of Limburg, but also all over the world. Our hearts go out to everyone affected. The Dutch people have learned to live with the dangers of water, and now with climate change, we all have to come together to face the challenge of rising water and flooding. But we have also learned to work with the water, use it to our advantage. And with this World Heritage nomination of the Dutch defense lines, we can show this side of what water can do for us. Through an ingenious system of water management in the early 19th century, we were able to use the water for the protection of our country. We were able to flood parts of our land in a way that the enemy wasn't able to go through by foot or by boat, a unique part of our history that we treasure. We are determined to protect, preserve, and strengthen the Dutch defense lines, as we have done since 1996 with the Dutch defense line of Amsterdam. I happily invite the world to come and see this unique World Heritage Site in the Netherlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. Now let's proceed then. Dear colleagues, we will now examine the transnational nomination, Frontiers of the Roman Empire, the Danube Lands, Western Segment, Austria, Germany, and Slovakia. I give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Balsamo, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is to present technical information which is relevant for the examination of this item and which is not included in document 8B and INF 8B1. The Secretariat received a letter from the Prime Minister's Office of Hungary dated 8 June 2021, addressed to the Director of the World Heritage Center. In this letter, Hungary, while announcing his commitment to further strengthen its cooperation with the Danube Limes state parties and the World Heritage Center, and to remain open for dialogue, in compliance with paragraph 152 of the operational guidelines, withdrew from the nomination of the Frontiers of the Roman Empire, the Danube Limes Western Segment. In a letter dated 14 June 2021 and addressed to all the distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee, the state parties of Austria, Germany, and Slovakia wish to clarify their position on the unilateral withdrawal from the transboundary serial nomination of the Frontiers of the Roman Empire by Hungary, and they affirmed their continuous commitment to their joint Danube Limes dossier and the project of the overall Frontiers of the Roman Empire cluster. I would like to recall that the operational guidelines foresee a time frame for the evaluation of nomination and provide that the evaluation should not take into account or include any information submitted by the concerned state party after 28 February in the year in which the nomination is considered, and that this deadline should be rigorously enforced. The withdrawal of 98 Hungarian component parts out of the original 175 from the nomination of the Frontiers of the Roman Empire, the Danube Limes Western Segment, entail a quite substantive modification of the geographical boundaries of the property proposed for nomination and of the components that were evaluated by ICOMOS. On 7 July 2021, ICOMOS addressed a letter to the World Heritage Center, stating that following the withdrawal of the component sites in Hungary, the composition of the series has been altered, and the analysis being now updated, the ICOMOS evaluation currently included in document WH/21/44.com/inf8b1 can no longer be seen as relevant. In this respect, dear Mr. Chairperson, I believe that ICOMOS wish to provide more detailed explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo. Now, I'd like to invite ICOMOS to take the floor. ICOMOS, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a statement by ICOMOS on the frontiers of the Roman Empire, the Danube Limes Western Segment, submitted by Austria, Germany, Hungary, and Slovakia. The ICOMOS evaluation concluded that this segment, as nominated, could justify outstanding universal value. The nominated segment was seen to satisfy conditions of integrity and authenticity in terms of how the component sites related to each other, to their geographical surroundings, and to historic associations, while a comparative analysis justified consideration of this segment on the World Heritage List. Following the withdrawal of the component sites in Hungary, the composition of the series has been significantly altered, and this analysis is now outdated, with the result that ICOMOS considers its evaluation currently can no longer be seen as valid. I would now like to set out how this withdrawal has impacted on the nominated series. The structures of the frontiers of the Roman Empire varied considerably between different parts of the empire. A nomination strategy for Europe was developed by European states parties, and this proposed that several segments of the frontier would be nominated, with each reflecting different responses to geography, military uses, and degrees of survival. As originally nominated, the Western Danube limes was seen to reflect the specific characteristics of the Middle Europe River frontier in terms of these parameters. And the comparative analysis in the nomination dossier clearly confirmed its exceptionality. It was seen to justify outstanding universal value for the way it reflected in an outstanding way all elements of the well-balanced, complex River Danube defensive system in an area that was particularly susceptible to ongoing incursions, and specifically how the empire consolidated its northern frontiers at the maximum extension of its powers through complex military tactics relating to major battles that secured its frontiers. The original series extended to just under 1,000 kilometers and included 175 component sites in the four states parties. The recent withdrawal of Hungary from the nominated series means that some 400 kilometers of the Western Danube limes has been removed, which is just under half its length. But as the sites in Hungary were particularly dense, over half of the component sites have been withdrawn. As you've heard, that is 98 out of 175. The much shorter length that remains cannot reflect precisely the same overall characteristics of the overall Western Danube military system, nor can the remaining component sites be seen to reflect the more extensive defensive systems that characterize the longer length, or the distinctive characteristics and responses to major military campaigns that shaped the empire, many of which were evident within the Hungarian sites. In summary, the original comparative analysis demonstrated that the original series could be seen as distinct in contrast to other sections of the Roman frontiers. We do not have a revised comparative analysis to show what characteristics might be reflected in the shorter length that are not present elsewhere. And in terms of the other requirements that need to be satisfied to justify OUV, ICOMOS has not assessed how the criteria might be justified for the reduced series, nor how integrity and authenticity might be satisfied in terms of the revised series as a whole, rather than for individual sites. Thus, overall, the OUV for the reduced series has not been evaluated, but in ICOMOS's view, given the substantial changes that have been made, it cannot be the same as for the original series. In these circumstances, Chair, ICOMOS is not able to offer an evaluation for the series as it now stands for consideration by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS. Dear colleagues, as we just heard, we are in a quite special situation regarding this nomination. I'd like to know whether there are any comments concerning this nomination. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you also to ICOMOS and the World Heritage Center for providing information and clarifications. First of all, we would like to express our regrets and our deepest sympathy for the situation that has occurred for the four states parties involved. The committee is now in the same situation as we had in the 43rd session in Baku, a situation repeating itself, but with some very significant differences. In 2019, one component in Hungary was withdrawn. This unfortunate situation ended in a drafting group and a compromise decision where the committee referred the nomination back to the states parties to allow them to review it, which they did in the best manner and in full cooperation with ICMOS and WHC. This year, 98 components in Hungary, equating to more than half of the total components, are withdrawn. We have seen minor adjustments in nominations before, but this situation is unprecedented. This fact has significant consequences for the proposed nomination, and we cannot handle this differently from how the committee did in the 43rd session. Norway finds it impossible to inscribe a nomination which is so significantly changed without new considerations related to the justification for OUB and related assessments by ICMOS and WHC. We simply do not understand how we can consider inscribing a nomination for which we have documentation which doesn't correspond to the facts on the ground, and an evaluation which is no longer valid, as we have just been explained. Half of the nominations components are no longer included, and it must have implicit consequences for the justification of OUV, with clear references to para 137b of the operational guidelines. We fear that the committee is creating a very dangerous precedent in considering the possible inscription of this nomination. We therefore wish to ask for very specific feedback from the World Heritage Center, followed by ICMOS, in order for us to try to understand what we are about to do, which consequences it may have, and the possible precedent effects such a decision may create. Norway does acknowledge fully that the Roman frontiers are a significant and highly valuable project, and we truly wish to welcome a new and revised nomination dossier coming back to the committee for successful inscription in 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, ICMOS, can you, Oman, please. Yeah, Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only for clarification, as I understood from the presentation from the World Heritage Center, this site now is not presented for inscription. So I don't know what we are discussing now. Can we have clarification? Thank you.
Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think I can put together the two questions coming from Oman, but also those questions coming from Norway, who was asking if I can recall exactly what we are about to do. And as it was already specified, actually, yes, we are in a quite unprecedented situation. I don't know what are the intention of the committee, and of course the committee is free to undertake whatever direction it wants. But let me recall that we have many things that have changed during the years concerning the nomination process, including formats, deadlines, and so on, operational guidelines and different version of the operational guidelines. But if there's one thing that has not changed since the beginning of the convention is that there is a nomination which is put forward by one or more state parties. There is an evaluation, and then the committee may examine this. In this situation, this sequence is not longer in front of us, as the document of the nomination that we have in front of us, in this case, it's not any longer what, let's say, the reality of things described to us with the withdrawal of 98 component parts, as it was said. This basically concerns a half of the site. So it is an unprecedented amendment to the nomination. Consequently, also, the evaluation by ICMOS cannot be seen as relevant anymore. Therefore, we are really in a very, very difficult situation. And if I can recall also one of the questions of Norway, sorry, was what consequences this may have. Let's say, if the committee will go for an inscription of this site, this will be also unprecedented because it will be the first time in the history of the convention that we will have a site for which we will not have an equivalent evaluation for the inscription. And it will also set a very dangerous precedent for the system because it will show that things basically could be amended on the spot because we don't have in front of us the document that goes with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification and the response. Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, just a quick question to our experts. Our understanding is that this site has been evaluated 3 times, that the OUV has been secured, or at least deemed to be relevant. Now we have a modification of the original proposal, which the experts deem to be a significant modification. To my understanding, it is not, there is no there is no hindrance by the convention for the committee to approve, and it has also happened in the past, to approve nominations on which there have been modifications. So, but what you're telling us, if I understood you correctly, that the changes are so substantial that it will be difficult to consider this, this inscription. But is there anything in the convention, in the guidelines, that hinders us from considering a file which has been examined and which you also have submitted as being apt as an outstanding universal value site? Is there anything that hinders us from passing a decision on such a nomination? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En relación a esta candidatura y viendo pues, el debate que se está llevando a cabo, España, quisiera dejar claro, por un lado, que es verdad que nos encontramos ante una situación insólita, una situación que nunca antes se había dado en el comité, pero esta candidatura es una candidatura independiente. Hay que recordar que viene a integrarse en otra ya incluida y que además dará lugar a otras posteriores y que el valor universal excepcional de todas ellas era el mismo. De tal manera que tiene una situación distinta con respecto a si fuese una candidatura independiente. Por otro lado, tanto en el comité en Bahrein como en este, el borrador de decisión de ICOMOS era que sí que los bienes sí que tenían valor universal excepcional y que sí que se recomendaba la inscripción. La selección de las partes o de los estados que participaban en una u otra fase de la candidatura se hizo en función de cómo se encontraban cada estado parte para poder desarrollar la misma. Por ello, entendemos que nos encontramos ante una situación completamente distinta a que si fuese una candidatura totalmente independiente. Por otro lado, creemos que las propias directrices operativas y la propia convención se encuentran ante un caso insólito porque jurídicamente no hay ningún elemento que pueda solventar esta situación, puesto que son 3 estados parte los que se ven en una situación complicada debido a que otro estado parte ha decidido retirar la candidatura, por lo que quizás nos encontramos ante un momento excepcional y también quizás sería el momento de revisar las directrices operativas para que no se produzca otra vez esta situación jurídica tan compleja y poder seguir fomentando las candidaturas internacionales. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As ICOMOS has recognized the overview of the site as well as all other technical conditions required and recommended the site for inscription twice, I believe the only issue here that remains to be addressed is whether the withdrawal of the Hungarian components of the nomination constitute an impairment to the OUV that has already been established. Considering that this nomination itself does not represent the totality of the Danube themes, but one segment of a transboundary serial property that would be completed in different phases, it does not appear to us that the withdrawal of one specific part of this segment should be an obstacle for inscription of its other parts, so long as the different attributes that convey its OUV remain present. We would thus like to pose 2 questions to the state parties, if you allow us, Mr. Chair. Can the state parties clarify if the strategy chosen for the presentation of the nomination in different phases has historic or scientific reasons? And can they explain whether the attributes that convey the OUV of the site remain present in what would amount to the new first phase of this process? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Oman, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a very complicated issue. As we have heard from the World Heritage Center and the ECOMOS, all the size now and the measurement has changed. Therefore, also one party is withdrawn, one state, Hungary. Now we want to ask also the other remaining three countries if they want to go further with this nomination. I think we should suggest that the file to be deferred and returned back in order to readjust all what is required and then to be brought back to this committee in the next committee next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Ethiopia, please.
No, thank you very much. I think I follow my colleague from Brazil who asked the very pertinent questions to both ICOMOS and I think also the state party. The OUV of the site was already recognized twice. Now, the withdrawal means, as ICOMOS says, a significant part of the site is withdrawn. But is it not possible to go ahead with inscription on a phase-by-phase basis? Is that something that is unheard of, that is inconsistent with our rules? We can get their expertly advice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. At the requests of the committee members, now the state parties, Austria, Germany, Slovakia, now you have the floor to answer the questions.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the time restraint, Austria will speak on behalf of all 3 states parties. Kindly allow me to pass the floor to our expert, Mr. Ployer, Roman archaeologist and co-author of the thematic study and the nomination file, in order to explain the question related to the attributes of the outstanding universal value.
Yes, please.
Dear committee members, with reference to the attributes, allow me to clarify that the Danube Venus consists of different military installations, like legionary fortresses, forts, fortlets, watchtowers, and bridgeheads, as well as of the remains of civil settlements. The section without Hungary still encompasses all those types of components. In addition to these, and regardless of the withdrawal of the components in Hungary, the current section also encloses some rare and specific components indicating the high relevance of the places in Roman times and thus constituting important attributes of the OUV. These are health spas, city gates forming part of today's urban fabric, a triumphal arch, amphitheaters in remarkably good condition and some still in use for cultural events, an exercise arena, the only of its kind outside ancient Rome, early Christian installations, and the governor's palace. These components are of exceptional uniqueness and together with the other bear evidence for a strong, outstanding universal value.
Okay, thank you. From Germany?
No, they spoke for all 3.
Oh, it's okay. Okay. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I think we've listened carefully to interventions, what ICOMOS said, and to the questions that state parties or delegations posed. I think what we find it quite surprising as South Africa is that for the past 20 years, experts, ICOMOS, have worked on this file, and twice it was recommended. Now we are faced with a situation where we are told that half of the components have been withdrawn, and we are unable to indicate whether this withdrawal has significantly reduced the outstanding universal value of the facility. I think we've just heard some of the state parties or the state parties that have nominated the file indicated that in their view, the outstanding universal value has not been diminished. Can I pose this question again to ICOMOS, that given what the state parties have said, and given your knowledge of all the components, how would you rate, would you say, would you agree that there is some outstanding universal value that is appreciable within this site? Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the floor to ICOMOS after the other committee members taking the floor. Now, Saudi Arabia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, if I can say, a unique situation that we are faced with, that there is no doubt that there's an outstanding universal value in this site. And the question that we keep hearing, and with the clear clarification from our colleagues from Austria, again, this site, after the removal of Hungary sites or parts, does it contain no outstanding universal value at all? That's the first question. The second question is this a precedent? I mean, for us to react to such recommendation and take a decision in this regard, has this taken place before? Or maybe we'd like to hear from the Secretariat or the ICOMOS if this has taken place before, so that we can be enlightened and take a proper decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair. But before I finish, I would like to give the floor also to the Austrian experts, if you allow me, and to explain further, because their voice was not clear. Is there an outstanding universal value that can be nominated and inscribed after this removal? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for giving us the floor again. As
No, I haven't given you the floor. Yeah.
Excuse me.
Egypt, please, you have the floor first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Indeed, it's not an easy file, but I followed the discussion carefully, and I also listened to the clarification given by ICOMOS and also by state parties. And I understood that this file was recommended twice. And I believe what is proposed today is logical, that the committee adopts a provisional statement of the OUV for the moment. A further extension of the site could be envisaged in the future in line with the nomination strategy. And I'm also looking forward to hear from state parties for additional clarification on a number of issues raised by members of the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please. Australia, please. Sorry, Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We have listened carefully to the discussion, and on balance, we think the proposal to refer this property will provide a clear way forward to allow the three states parties to revise the nomination and bring it back to the committee for consideration next year. We observe that the proposed amendment to inscribe the property includes paragraphs that request the states parties to adjust the nomination and asks the advisory bodies to also adjust their evaluation, but after the property is inscribed. This is highly unusual and reflects the components in the referral process. We have just heard that the property being considered has also changed so substantially that the advisory bodies are unable to provide a valid evaluation for the committee to consider, which is the basis for Article 11.1 of the Convention. We therefore consider the proposal suggested by Oman to refer is an appropriate way forward for the state's parties and for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the questions earlier asked to the state party of Germany, Austria, and Slovakia is very clear that the OUV has not changed significantly. So the withdrawal of one of the state parties, if it hasn't changed much, I think then the next question is whether the committee will look at this revised, proposal to look at the submission and consider the submission based on, that Hungary has withdrawn. So if that is possible, and I think it's an unprecedented situation, and if there's no any legal issue in this respect, I think the committee can look at it. And especially now we ask ECOMOS to tell us if the OEV has been tempered significantly or not. Then from that, we'll also be able to be guided, and based on the information from the state parties, we can take a decision. I think we don't need to defer this to another session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Submit.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. España vuelve a insistir en que esta no es una candidatura independiente, sino que va asociada a otra ya declarada, y que además el propio ICOMOS hizo un estudio en el que estableció que era una candidatura muy grande y que lo mejor era realizarla por fases y por etapas. De tal manera que si existe un valor universal excepcional de estos elementos asociados, estos tienen que estar en relación con la candidatura ya declarada y con las fases siguientes, por lo que la digresión de una serie de elementos de esta candidatura no intercedería en que estos sigan teniendo un valor universal excepcional, aunque los bienes asociados a Hungría no estén presentes en la misma. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please, you have the floor. Your microphone is muted. Yes, your microphone. Some problem. We can't hear you. Uganda, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, okay, it's okay. Yes, okay.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my view is not very different from most of the colleagues, from that of most of the colleagues, because the question now is, does the reduction in the number of components negatively impact the OUV of the remaining components? And so if the OUV is not negatively impacted, what do we expect the state parties to do after this nomination has been referred back to them? Are they going just to delete reference to the state of Hungary and its components? What do we expect them to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor again. We sincerely appreciate this important discussion and the good debates and all the questions that are being raised on the floor now, and the recognition of this very difficult situation expressed by all our distinguished colleagues. We also thank our dear colleague from Oman for suggesting a referral seconded by Australia, which we consider very wise in this unprecedented situation. And just to make it clear, as mentioned initially, we fully acknowledge the significance of the property. We just simply struggle with understanding the merits of the outstanding universal value in this situation. And if we could be allowed to make a comparison, if this was in a natural site, half of the property and half of the endemic species are taken out after the evaluation. Are the merits for justifying OUV still intact? The 98 components that are no longer part of this inscription, possibly, are they without any value in the original nomination dossier and justification for OUV? That's a highly relevant question, and I think it's very important that we give the floor to ICOMOS to clarify this for us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now I give the floor first to Austria at the request of the committee members to the state party to have further response.
Well, thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor again, and allow me to try to clarify the question concerning the outstanding universal value, and if it is still there after the withdrawal of the Hungarian components. First of all, allow me to state that the segment that is now before you does not stand alone. It is meant as the first inscription of a phased approach that will lead to one common World Heritage property called the Danube Limes that will be complete only after the inscription of the last segment, and then the property will reach from Germany to the Black Sea. The phased approach was necessary due to the different preparedness of the states parties to put forward their nominations. Therefore, the current section includes 4 states parties that are ready to go and 4 will follow. Hence, we are of the opinion that the outstanding universal value has to be linked rather to the significance of the nominated sites than to its sheer number. And also the composition of the components cannot be altered because this is fixed due to the position of the archaeological sites. But allow me to once again clarify about the significance of the attributes of the OUV. So the Danube Limes consists of different military installations, legionary fortresses, force fortlets, watchtowers, and bridgeheads. All those components appear in the complete section of the Danube Limes stretching from Germany to the Black Sea. The section without Hungary now will still encompass all those types of components. And now, in addition to these, and regardless of the withdrawal of the components in Hungary, the current section also encloses some very rare and specific components indicating the high relevance of the places in Roman times and thus constituting important attributes of the OUV, such as the health baths, city gates still visible in today's urban fabric, amphitheaters in remarkably good conditions, some still in use for cultural events, even a governor's palace. And therefore, these components are of exceptional uniqueness and together with the others bear evidence for a strong outstanding universal value. So I hope this clarified your question. In case this should be not the case, please ask again.
Thank you for your response. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai déjà eu une partie de réponses à des questions que je voulais poser, mais je pose la question aux autres membres du comité, à savoir, puisqu'on a déjà reconnu la valeur universelle de ce projet, en quoi est-ce que cette valeur pourrait être réduite dans une situation où un, deux ou trois, ou je sais pas, des pays peuvent dire non pas, on n'est pas là pour l'instant et je sais pas ce qui se passe, mais de toute façon, c'est un projet qui a une valeur et ces installations existent bien, bel et bien. Et donc, si on rate cette possibilité de faire quelque chose, je pense qu'un projet qui est intéressant, qui a une grande valeur pour l'ensemble des pays de l'Europe centrale peut disparaître. Je ne veux pas que ça se passe. Donc, j'aimerais faire de la sorte que cela continue à devenir un sujet dont nous nous intéressons. Et j'aime bien entendre les autres pays qui défendent ce projet parce que je ne pense pas que la valeur peut diminuer avec une décision qui n'est pas qui ne peut pas changer l'effet, ne peut pas changer, vous ne pouvez pas changer l'effet que, à savoir que ces installations et tout ce qui représente cette frontière et ces projets existent, ça existe de toute façon. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Bahrain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to begin by commending all the state parties involved in this nomination, which is a reflection of their dedication to inscribing this important site on the World Heritage List. And as our colleague from Norway has stated, we had extensive deliberations during the last committee session over this nomination. I think it's obvious where the members of the committee stand, and there seems to be diverging positions. To us, it's not just one state party that has withdrawn from this nomination, but we have a situation where ICOMOS as well has withdrawn its evaluation from this process. In light of that, I think the question in front of the committee is, does it wish to adopt a decision without the evaluation of ICOMOS that is relevant, as per their introduction remarks? I don't think anyone questions the values of this property. It's a complex property, a serial property that will no doubt be eventually listed on the World Heritage List. It's an ambitious property that not only covers the European segment, but other segments, including in Asia and Africa. I think it's important to take that into account. Perhaps clarifications are not just required from the World Heritage Center or the evaluate or ICOMOS. I think particularly in the amendment proposed by member states, there is a section that requests ICOMOS to adjust the evaluation report. Perhaps they can elaborate on that as well, in terms of, even if we inscribe this site, how are we asking ICOMOS to re-evaluate its report, since the evaluation report is only relevant prior to inscription? I think these are all questions that need to be answered before we move forward. And we take into account as well the general position of some members of the committee to inscribe this property. And I think it's a reflection on their support to have it on the list. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies again for taking the floor, but I would really like to echo the sentiments of colleagues from Bahrain. And we are genuinely struggling as a committee member to understand how we can consider a property that does not have what we understand to be a valid evaluation in light of the significant changes that have undertaken with this property. So we would very much like to hear from ICOMOS regarding these points and hear from them on this matter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So all the questions have been put on the table. ICOMOS, now it's time for you to make their response.
Thank you, Chair. And I hope you will allow me to try and address quite a number of significant points that have been raised by the honourable delegates. First and foremost, I think, there is the question that was raised by several states parties. Is there any OUV left at all in what is being nominated? And here I would like to stress that first and foremost, ICOMOS is not writing this property off. We would be willing and very keen to see the frontiers of the Roman Empire as a whole progress in a very meaningful way. But just to come back to the starting point, what we have before us is a nomination that's been significantly reduced. And in ICOMOS's view, removing over half the components means that the attributes that reflected OUV as set out on our evaluation, half of them are no longer there. And in those circumstances, we cannot say that the outstanding universal value is still there in terms of the way the criteria are justified, nor in terms of integrity, nor in terms of authenticity in the way that attributes have to reflect the values of the property. So in our view, the reduced nomination certainly does not have outstanding universal value. But then the related point that has been asked is, does the reduced property not have any OUV? And here I think it is important to stress that ICOMOS has not evaluated this reduced property. So we are not saying it has OUV or it doesn't have OUV, but what we are saying is that the OUV in the reduced property cannot be the same as the OUV in the original property that was put before us. And in that regard, I would like to pick up the point that was made, I think, first by Spain, about the idea that this is a first nomination of a larger sequence, and the OUV is the same for all its parts. And here I would like to point out that in ICOMOS's view, that is most certainly not the case. The nomination strategy I mentioned in my original presentation, and perhaps I could just explain that in a little bit more detail. For the frontiers of the Roman Empire in Europe, the states parties got together and undertook a very detailed thematic study. And on the basis of that, devised a nomination strategy which was presented to the committee. This strategy set out very clearly that the intention was to define segments of the frontier which were particularly characteristic of different responses to the Roman military arrangements, and that these segments would be put forward to justify outstanding universal value. But each of the segments would have different outstanding universal value. There was no one shared outstanding universal value for all the segments. They would be linked by the concept of the frontiers, but each of the segments, if inscribed, would have a distinct outstanding universal value. That would not mean that none of the segments could be extended, and certainly the possibility of major boundary modifications could be envisaged. For example, if it was decided that one of the Danube segments, if inscribed, could be extended. But such an extension would have to be evaluated by ICOMOS, and it could be the case that the outstanding universal value of the original nomination would have to be modified to accommodate the extension. So I would like to go back to stressing very clearly that there is not one OUV that can be applied across the frontiers of the Roman Empire, piece by piece, as it were. Now, if I can turn to the points that have been raised by Saudi Arabia in terms of implications, because ICOMOS does consider that there are profound implications in the situation that we have in front of us. If this reduced property is considered by the committee without any evaluation by ICOMOS, this would set a very difficult precedent, because the reduced property cannot be said to be defined in the nomination dossier, as over half of the sites have been withdrawn, and nor can it be said to justify OUV that was put forward in the original nomination. So if the committee considers this different nomination rather than the one that was officially nominated, this could mean that a nominated property does not have to be evaluated in any formal way before being presented to the committee, and nor does it have to be submitted in advance of the committee according to statutory deadlines. And this, we consider that the implications of such an approach do need extremely careful consideration. In terms of the other implications that arise from the proposed draft decision, and that is the request for ICOMOS to adjust its evaluation. I would like to say that ICOMOS cannot retrofit its evaluation to fit a reduced series. Such an amended evaluation would have no validity as an ICOMOS report, as it would not reflect the due process of evaluation through assessment by a wide range of experts or any approval by the ICOMOS panel. So ICOMOS does not believe that it is in a position to retrofit its evaluation. Finally, if I may, I would like to address the question that was asked about, well, what happens next? ICOMOS strongly supports this overall Frontiers of the Roman Empire nomination approach and the recent discussions on extending this to countries in the east of the Mediterranean and in North Africa. It is important that progress is made. We do not consider that we should be reaching any sort of full stop if the reduced property is not inscribed at this session. We do think that it is possible to work with all state parties to consider an alternate way forward to maintain the progress of these very important nominations on a segment by segment basis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the response and the clarification. Now, I wanted to give the floor to the Secretariat. Mr. Balsamo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think there were a couple of comments and one or two questions that were raised during this debate that were more on the procedural aspects of this situation. One coming from Saudi Arabia, who asked whether this happened before. Maybe as I said in my first intervention, no, this never happened before, at least in these dimensions. We are talking about half of a site which has been removed after the evaluation was completed. And we know that in the past we had very minor changes of a series to which maybe were taken out a few components in agreement, sometimes also with the ICOMOS or IUCN. But this kind of change after the evaluation never happened. And especially also the fact that the nominating state parties between what we have in the nomination in front of ourselves and what we'll be eventually discussing has changed. This has never happened before. Another thing I wanted to say is that Bosnia and Herzegovina talked about the fact that this project, the Frontiers of the Roman Empire as a project, may have OUV, but however, we know that the committee may and also taking note of the nomination strategy, as it did in this case in 2017, where it took note of the nomination strategy for the Frontiers of the Roman Empire. However, the World Data System require always this system by which we put forward nominations, and there's an evaluation, and then there's an examination. So for each of these segments, there should be a separate process. So we cannot say that if the overall project of the Frontiers of the Roman Empire may have OUV, all the segments will have OUV automatically. Otherwise, also all the Silk Roads could be inscribed right away with all the Silk Road sites. Then one other thing was also mentioned by Bering about eventually adjusting the evaluation after this withdrawal. But again, the evaluation in the World Heritage process for nomination becomes before inscription. So we never had an evaluation that was adjusted after eventually an inscription. So this will be really impossible to do. Lastly, really maybe just to say that the question whether OUV has changed significantly with this withdrawal of the half of the component parts for this site is a question to which the committee should respond. In the World Heritage System is about the committee to respond to this kind of question about the OUV. And I think this really relates and impinges quite a lot on the credibility of the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Balsamo, for the clarification. Now, may I invite the legal advisor to clarify if there's any legal objections for the evaluation of this file after major modification. Legal advisor, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I hope you can hear me. Good evening for you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think that the situation has already been clearly described by the many speakers, and in particular, the position of both ICOMOS and the Secretariat has been clearly exhibited to the members of the committee. As was mentioned by several speakers before, this is an unprecedented situation, which is not explicitly provided for under the convention, nor under the operational guidelines. Having said that, Mr. Chair, at the end of the day, the situation is to be guided by Article 11, paragraph 2 of the Convention, which reads as follows: on the basis of the inventory submitted by states parties, the committee shall establish, keep up to date, and publish, under the title World Heritage List, a list of properties forming part of the cultural heritage and natural heritage as defined in Articles 1 and 2 of this Convention, which it considers as having outstanding universal value in terms of such criteria as it shall have established. End of quote. At the end of the day, Mr. Chair, the question is whether the committee is satisfied and convinced that the current property, as it stands before it today, has outstanding universal value under the criteria that it has itself established, in particular under the operational guidelines. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, China, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。中国代表团呢，很认真地听取了前面的各位的发言，各位委员的发言，秘书处的解释 ，ICOMOS 的解释和法律顾问的意见。中方认为啊，这个项目的 OUV 原来是没有问题的，但是非常遗憾的是，根据ICOMOS 和秘书处的的看法呀，这个在匈牙利退出之后，目前呢这个项目的申报文件已经不成立，评估机构的报告也就不成立。这样的话，秘书处的建议案也就不成立。实际上呢，本届会议就没有讨论的基础了。所以在这样的比较困难的情况下，中方建议呢成立一个工作组，对这个项目的下一步的工作呢进行一个深入的研究，对这样一个前所未有的问题呢提出一个解决的方案。 我们委员会为这个议题的已经花了很长的时间了，所以我们在这儿提出这样一个建议。谢谢主席。
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I would like first to thank ICOMOS for their clarification, and would like to thank the Secretariat for their clarification as well. I have a question here with regard to the outstanding universal value as per segments, which has been referred to by ICOMOS and was there in the evaluation. And I would like to give the Austrian experts the floor to explain more about the outstanding universal value based on the segments. And I still do see, Mr. Chairperson, that there is a lot of valid points being put forward with not much of an obvious solution how to find the backbone to rely on, and it is up to us as committee members to take the decision based on our judgment. So therefore, after giving Austria the floor, and of course our colleagues member states, is to maybe look at the draft or the decision or the amendment proposed by Spain and co-sponsored by others. Maybe it can shed some light on how to go forward and build our discussion more constructively and avoid delaying the discussion further. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much. We thank all who gave us clarifications for the clarifications. From the comments of the legal advisor, we understand that per Article 11, paragraph 12, OEUV established by the committee, and that we are sovereign in doing so. So whether ICOMOS agrees with it or not, recommends it or not, is not the decisive factor. Secondly, we talked about the unprecedented manner of a situation where there is a discrepancy between a file and an evaluation report. But have not such discrepancies occurred in the past before? I'm told that the file of the beech forest file is also one in which inconsistency was seen, and nonetheless, the experts recommended the partial inscription. So inconsistency seems to be consistent in this case, Mr. Chair. Therefore, we do not also agree with that opinion. Thirdly, as was stated many times before, and I think it was Austria which mentioned it in a very, what we are asking here is a nomination by phases. So one delegation said that the frontiers of the Roman Empire extend even beyond the European territory, that they go even to Asia and Africa, which is the case. So what is hindering us from inscribing a segment contained in the countries that which have already been evaluated by the experts from inscribing it? So unless we are in a situation where we say the experts have to have the files the way they want them and with everything that they say, we approve it, which we don't agree with. And in that case, many of the files will have to be rejected, and we have no nominations that will be inscribed unless we are pushed. We have that approach, or we say, no, there has been an evaluation that has been done already. Yes, it is for part of the segment, but that part of the segment is part of a bigger whole. This is a nomination process by phases. This is nothing unprecedented, and we should go ahead and inscribe the part that is there, and it is within our right, as the clearly elaborated by the legal director earlier. Having said that, Mr. Chair, I may have one question, if you allow me. The phased approach for nominations, is that against the current rules or the operational guidelines? Our understanding is that it is not. So if that could be clarified for us, again, in clear and precise terms, yes or no? Thank you.
No, Norway, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor again, and we sincerely thank all the colleagues, the World Heritage Center, and ICOMOS for substantial clarifications on this matter. I think we need to remind ourselves that OUV is given first at the time of inscription, And to our knowledge, we have not yet recognized the OUV for this nomination. So that would be the starting point. And we also heard ICOMOS very clearly stating on the direct question, does the reduced property have OUV? And answered, we don't know. And the same go for us, we simply don't know. Which is why we fully support the very wise suggestion by our distinguished colleague from China in establishing a working group, a drafting group, to work on a decision that could help us solve this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can all recognise that the sites associated with the frontiers of the Roman Empire are highly significant. But we need to have a nomination that we can support, and we are looking for a pathway to do so constructively. Given we have heard different opinions on the matter, and noting this is an unprecedented and serious situation, we support the proposal by our colleague from China to form a drafting group. Thank you.
Thank you. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been following the discussion very carefully from different opinions, as well as the Secretariat and the legal advisor. Now, I would like to hear from Hungary, what is their position? Are they objecting the inscription of this site after their withdrawal? I want to hear from them, as well as would like to hear from Germany, what is their status? Because I see them, they are raising also their hand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Dear colleagues, in fact, some committee members have put forward some questions. I wanted to say something. I listened very carefully to your discussion, the opinion, the viewpoint of the committee members, ICOMOS, the Secretariat, the State Party. You see, we can see this is an unprecedented matter and a very serious critical matter. So it takes some time. For such an important matter, if we don't have sufficient time to think about it, to find a proper way forward, maybe it's not very proper. So as proposed by China, to avoid lengthy debates and deadlock, you may need more time for dialogue. Anyhow, for this session, we still have several days to go. So I would like to propose establishing a drafting group from all the concerned parties, including the World Heritage Center and the advisory body. So do you agree? Any objection? Oman, please.
I have no objection for this working group on provision that the 4 state parties originally submitting this file to be there, including Hungary. Thank you.
Okay. Ethiopia, please.
We support your decision, and we would also like the state parties involved to be present. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment? Oh, okay. So I suggest Saudi Arabia, Spain, Norway, China, and of course the Heritage Center, advisory bodies, and the four state parties. But I think the committee members should be the formal member. The state members as observers. So Saudi Arabia, Norway, you lead, you co-chair this group. And Norway and Spain. Yeah, Norway, please, you have the floor.
Thank you for giving us the floor again, Chair, and thank you for providing us with the trust and the confidence you have in proposing us to chair this. We would kindly ask for assistance also possibly from Australia to ensure that we have some native English speakers in the group to support us in the work, as this will be a very complex decision for us to be able to produce. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Por nuestra parte, estamos de acuerdo en la creación de un grupo de trabajo y que participen todos aquellos países que usted ha comentado, más Australia, como ha invitado Noruega. Aún eso, por parte de España, quisiéramos simplemente recalcar que ante la situación tan insólita en la que nos encontramos, sí que creemos que en un momento dado habría que revisar las directrices operativas para que esto no vuelva a suceder. Nuestra convención, uno de sus objetivos es la cooperación internacional. Es una buena relación entre todos los Estados parte y nos encontramos ante una situación que jurídicamente, como nos ha indicado el asesor, no tiene una solución y que quizás habría que establecer unos límites indicando cuándo los Estados parte, una vez que hayan presentado una candidatura, varios juntos puedan o no puedan retirarse, porque aquí estamos ante una situación en la que pues una serie de países ahora mismo se ven afectados por la decisión de otro país que evidentemente es soberano y puede realizar con las decisiones que considero oportuno, pero una convención de carácter internacional antes o después, debido a un caso como este, debería de establecer unas medidas para que un caso como el que nos encontramos no vuelva a repetirse y además así se puedan alentar a realizar candidaturas de carácter internacional ante un caso como el que estamos, que además con esta complejidad de si inscribir o no inscribir al final un bien tras tantos años de trabajo, no va a ayudar a que se siga trabajando en cooperación internacional y se siga trabajando en candidaturas internacionales. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. Anyway, I will leave you to have the concrete consultation to set up the drafting group. Norway, is it okay? Australia, please.
We would just like to confirm that we would be pleased to join the drafting group if that's acceptable. Thank you.
Yeah, so I suggest the co-conveners you see, for the composition of the group, pay a special attention to the balance. So I leave this task to you. So then you will inform the Secretariat and the committee about your progress and the time you wish to bring the consensual proposal back. Thank you. So we leave the item open. And yeah, dear colleagues, let's proceed then. Yeah. The next item. I now invite ICOMOS to present the transnational nomination, Colonies of Benevolence, Belgium and the Netherlands. ICOMOS, you have the floor.
This is the presentation of the ICOMOS evaluation of the Colonies of Benevolence, Belgium and the Netherlands. Next slide. From 1818, the Society of Benevolence founded agricultural colonies in rural areas to create an alternative to the living conditions of the urban poor. The colonies featured orthogonal roads, ribbons of houses and small farms, and communal buildings. The property bears testimony to an exceptional and nationwide Enlightenment experiment in social reform and its influence. The property is an outstanding example of the process of transforming its poorest landscapes and citizens through a utopian process of social engineering. Through exchanges of additional information during the evaluation period, ICOMOS concludes that the overall comparative analysis justifies consideration of the property, and criteria 2 and 4 have been justified. Next slide. The nomination comprises 4 former colonies, 3 in the Netherlands and 1 in Belgium, divided into 3 component parts. The conditions of integrity and authenticity have been met. ICOMOS agrees with the revisions to the boundaries of the component parts brought by the state parties in comparison to the previous nomination dossier. Communications occurred during the evaluation process between ICOMOS and the state parties with regards to the issue of buffer zones. And while appreciating the existing protection mechanisms, ICOMOS considers that a buffer zone should be provided for the property as a protection to the immediate setting through a minor boundary modification request. Next slide. Protection is adequate for individual buildings and is generally adequate for landscapes, but this should be enhanced. The management system seems effective, but an ongoing challenge will be to manage the property as a unified whole, especially to ensure that conservation approaches evolve in the same direction. Conservation measures are generally satisfactory. Next slide. Here is a summary of the ICOMOS evaluation of the proposed outstanding universal value of the nominated property. Next slide. To conclude, ICOMOS recommends that the Colonies of Benevolence, Belgium and the Netherlands be inscribed as a cultural landscape on the World Heritage List on the basis of criteria 2 and 4. A number of further recommendations are included in the draft decision regarding establishing a buffer zone, protection, management, and conservation. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, ICOMOS, for your presentation. Dear committee members, as it is a property recommended for inscription, if there's no objection, I suggest that we go directly to examine the draft decision. Any objection? No. So we go directly to adopt the draft decision. Now I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-8B.25. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur if she has received any amendments on the draft decision proposed. Ms. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't received any amendments for this decision.
Thank you. I therefore declare draft decision 44-8B.25 adopted. Let me congratulate Belgium and the Netherlands on behalf of the entire committee for the inscription of this property on the World Heritage List. Belgium and the Netherlands, you have the floor for a brief 2-minute statement. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, dear members of the committee, thank you very much for inscribing the Colonies of Benevolence on the World Heritage List. Allow me to briefly say a few words on behalf of the Flemish partner in this joint World Heritage nomination. The colonies represent an important aspect of our social history, a history that has a profound impact on the landscape in the northern parts of Flanders and the Netherlands. Today, they are cultural landscapes of great significance. I am grateful and honored that the World Heritage Committee recognized this significance. Mr. Chair, the success of today is also the result of a constructive collaboration with ICOMOS, following the committee's decision to refer back its nomination. We would like to thank the advisory body for its commitment and open-mindedness to work with the 2 state parties involved. As you know, only 4 out of 7 former colonies of benevolence are inscribed today. We hope to consult with ICOMOS in a couple of years' time to see whether an extension of the property with the former colony of Merksplas is conceivable. Mr. Chair, this was a joint collaboration with the Netherlands. I would like to thank our Dutch partners in this nomination for their investment and the constructive collaboration. In the spirit of this good partnership, allow me to pass the floor to Kees Bijl, President of the Steering Group. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, dear members of the committee, I would also like to express our gratitude for inscribing the Colonies of Benevolence on the World Heritage List. I have had a great honor to chair the Dutch-Belgian steering group of this nomination for the last 5 years. The coming together of this nomination was a long-term effect in which many were involved. It would take me too long to address all who have contributed to thank them. But let just me say, I'm very grateful to all of them. Mr. Chair, the Colonies of Benevolence were a social experiment in poverty relief. They are still remembered well. Maybe this new World Heritage property can be a sign of hope that shows how humanity has tried in the past to improve the living conditions of poor and vulnerable people. Of course, today, the beautiful green landscape they left behind are there to be discovered by new generations. I would like to invite you all to visit them. Let me conclude, Mr. Chair, by assuring you that we will start working on the committee's recommendations and report back in 2023. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations once more. Dear colleagues, with a heavy agenda, we are approaching the end of today's meeting. Considering that there will be a working group on the budget, I'd like to suggest that we stop here. Congratulations again to all the inscribed World Heritage Sites. I also encourage you to work on the unprecedented nomination to find a desirable solution. Thank you very much for your cooperation. We meet tomorrow at 11:30 Paris time, and for Bureau members, we will meet at 11 a.m. Before I conclude the meeting today, I give the floor to the Secretariat to see if there are general announcements to make. Dr. Rosler, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, the budget group, because we had a prolonged session, will not take place today, but tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Okay.
See you all.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good rest. See you tomorrow.